North Carolina. We call it home, and it's no secret that North Carolina is a great state to retire to. And man, they're coming as fast as they can, any way they can, to North Carolina. Now, what you may not know, if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of state or local government employees, North Carolina is a great state to retire from. Maybe you want to drop your line in by the lake bank or hike on a mountain trail. Maybe golf is your thing. I know, some saltwater fishing. It's all right here in North Carolina. Now, we all agree that retirement shouldn't be stressful or complicated. And here at the North Carolina Retired Governmental Employees Association, we are dedicated in finding the best benefits to our state and local government retirees. So welcome to our webinar and get ready for some very important information that's gonna benefit you. You've made a living. Now it's time to make a life.
Welcome everyone to day 4 of the Celebration of Public Service Week. I'm your interim executive director, Brian Setzer at Ncrga. We've had a great week of hearing from experts, partners, organizations, staff, and board members on the many exciting benefits of being a member at Ncrga. We encourage you to go to our website at ncrga.com. Also, to call the office if you have any technology challenges over the next 48 hours, and we can help you at extension 109. In addition, Ncrga's YouTube channel, Facebook, Twitter, these are all places that you can continue to learn, find value, and watch at any time some of the sessions from this week. And you don't have to be stationary for the entire time. You can get up, take a walk, remain in that active and engaged lifestyle, and come back and even take headphones and listen on your walks to a short session about what we've found out in our providers, ranging from dental to vision. These are all things that will be helpful to you, as well as how you can get involved and contribute. Early stage retirement planning. There's been so many sessions this week that should be helpful in your decision making to live active and engaged lifestyles for many years to come. So we've got an exciting day today, and I want to preview it for you, as is our custom. We want to welcome everybody in, get them situated for today. We've had average viewership this week of almost an hour. That means that people are logging on, they're listening, they're participating, and then we've had almost 1,000 views at this point of our YouTube pages and interacting with various pieces of content. That will only go up and continue in the coming days, and we've made these resources available for you via YouTube playlist. We'll also be posting these on our website next week, and then stay tuned for tomorrow as we welcome our new executive director. I think you're going to be excited to hear from our new executive director and the vision that's upcoming, as well as some special announcements and prizes given today and throughout the rest of the week. So we're looking at a 10 o'clock session this morning on retired, relaxed, and ready to roll, reimagining retirement. We're going to hear about shopping local, eating local, and meeting local at 11:15 from our Ncrga's community advisory boards. And then we're going to have some district breakouts, making connections in your district. And then we'll end today with our bingo and our Hunger Games and a preview of what's on tap for Friday. So if you don't know how to find your district, we have color-coded those district affiliations. That's on your screen now, but we'll also be dropping into the chat the link to your district. So that'll give you an opportunity to interact on those sessions today and really understand how to make connections and be active in your area of the state. Now, as we think about what's on tap and what's up next at 10 o'clock, I mentioned that we will be moving to a session called Retired, Relaxed, and Ready to Roll, Reimagining Retirement. So you're going to have Earl Moore, Doris Carver, Gary Ackley, Risley Calarco, representatives from the Eastern region, and then we're going to have Shaubra Ellis, Horace Robinson, Brenda Moore, and Cynthia Williamson in different districts. Those folks will all take care of you in the next session. Before we get there, though, I want to remind you about the gift card winners, make a few announcements, and making sure that you're staying tuned because we want to get these gift cards in your hand. We've had a participation drawing today. Glenn Hughes from Candler, congratulations. Avery Johnson from Apex. Joy Branch from Greensboro. Dennis McNair from Fayetteville. And Beverly Reynolds from Lexington. Those are all our $25 gift card participation drawing winners. Now moving on to our trivia winners. Congrats to Buddy Jean Morris from New London, Janice Putman from Hillsboro, and Susan Wilson from Leicester. All of these participants involved participate in our trivia challenge, and we want to make sure that we continue that throughout the week by logging on. If you haven't had an opportunity to create a YouTube account, if you'd like guidance on how to do that, we'll drop that in the chat, as well as be available here on site via phone to help you continue to participate over the next 48 hours. And lastly, we've got more chances to win each day. You can join any session, introduce yourself in the YouTube chat. Winners will be randomly selected each day among those that are registered. And then you can join the Ncrga Hunger Games Bingo, which starts today at 2:15 to 2:45. They're sponsored by our great partners at AARP North Carolina. We couldn't do what we do without them, and it's a special time to thank many of our sponsors who have been with us all week and continue to provide valuable assistance to our membership. Finally, log into ncrga.com/trivia, and that'll allow you to play the trivia sessions every day from 8 to 2 p.m. So we're really excited to go to our session at 10 a.m. this morning. We'll be back online in about 9 minutes, and you'll have the opportunity to participate throughout the day. We really appreciate your time and attendance and look forward to the next session. Welcome back. This is Brian Setzer, your Interim Executive Director at Ncrga. This is day 4 of our celebration of Public Service Week, and we're excited for our next session, Retired, Relaxed, and Ready to Roll, really reimagining retirement from several folks across our various districts and representing the Eastern region. So we want to hear from lots of our speakers today. They're excited to share with you, and I'm going to turn it over to that crowd and sit back and enjoy the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Brian, for having me. My name is Risley Calarco, and I am with AARP North Carolina. I actually represent our coastal region area, so I know some of you all definitely live in the coastal region. So thank you for having me. We know that folks are living longer and want to enjoy this chapter of their lives. We are committed to ensuring that retirement is exciting, fun, and enjoyable. Decide what you want to do during the years ahead. Pick something that matches your interests, talents, and experience. It could be teaching at the local community college, coaching a Little League team, or volunteering. Activities like these will give you personal satisfaction, and they will help you create some close connections to other people, a vital need for a happy retirement. We want to be a part of that quality as North Carolinians gracefully age. We want to ensure a great quality of life, and partnering with retirees of North Carolina will move that needle forward. So with that, let's begin. I'd like to introduce Shaubra Ellis. She is a retiree from District 6, which includes the Charlotte area, where she is from. She retired after 16 years of service from the procurement department with the Charlotte Housing Authority in March of 2020, and maintains her joy by being involved, playing with her grandkids, meeting up with friends, and staying healthy. Please welcome Shaubra.
Good morning, and thank you, Rosalie, for that introduction. We're really excited about this particular session because we've always want to have some joy. And a few months ago on District 6 meeting, a couple of us were talking about how we could incorporate a title for this particular conference. And Cynthia Williamson talked about the joy of retirement. Everybody got excited about this topic, so we decided to, hey, let's talk about that. So this morning, I want to welcome our panelists. We've got a great panel of retirees that want to share with you their thoughts about the joys of retirement. I want to introduce to you Gary Ackley. Dr. Gary Ackley was in the Wake County and Durham Public School System for 40 years. He started as a teacher in 1974 and held numerous administrative positions between the two systems. He retired 8 years ago and has been on the move ever since, enjoying life. Gary represents District 8. We also have on the panel Dr. Doris Carver. Doris retired in March of 2022. Good gracious. Her 20-year career included many opportunities for serving community college students, including beginning her career at Piedmont Community College in Education as an adjunct instructor. She then progressed to becoming the Director of Human Resources Development of WIA programs, then as Dean of General Election and Business Studies, before concluding her career as Vice President of Continuing Education. After taking a year off for total relaxation and travel, she does meaningful consulting work that brings her great joy. Doris represents District 6. We have Brenda Moore. Brenda retired on April 1st, 2018, after serving more than 35 years with Martin Community College in Williamston as the coordinator of its Human Resource Development Program and administrator of the Career Readiness Certificate Program. Brenda represents District 5. Also on the panel, we have Dr. Earl W. Moore Jr. Earl retired in March of 2020 after 43 years of service to Wayne County Public Schools. He retired exactly 2 weeks before the pandemic. You would have thought that he knew it was coming. But of course, none of us did. Since retirement, Earl has served as an interim minister, adjunct professor, senior volunteer, and implemented a kindness ministry. Earl represents District 7. Also on the panel is Horace Robinson. Horace retired from a career of teaching marketing education courses at Rose High School, and he has over 25 years with the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction in 1997. After a mission trip to Honduras, he went to work as a quality improvement consultant with the Division of Career and Technical Education and some local education agencies as a half-time contractor with the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction for the next 9 years. Since then, he just works for organizations that individually contract for his service. Horace represents District 8. Now, Cynthia Williamson retired June 30th, 2018, after working 20 years on the operating budget in the finance department at the Charlotte Housing Authority. She represents District 6. And also we have on our team is Dorothy Davis. Dorothy retired from the Mecklenburg County Department of Social Services after 32 years of service. She currently lives in Charlotte, and Dorothy will be monitoring the chat and let us know when we get additional comments. She represents District 6. So we're going to just move right along and get into this conversation. I like to call this the Poolside Chat since it's in the summertime. So we're going to go on and get started. And feel free, you guys out there, if you have questions, please put those on the chat, on the YouTube chat, and we'll get right to those. First up, what is the very first thing you did after you retired? Doris, do you want to weigh in on that?
I'll be glad to. Good morning, everyone. The first thing that I did after retiring was to spend 2 weeks at my beach house. The first 3 days were quite an adjustment, but by the fourth day, I decided the retirement was just great. I spent some time doing some home improvement projects, reconnecting with people I hadn't spent enough time with over the years. I'm blessed to have a very large family, wonderful friends, and many hobbies. Retirement has allowed me to spend time with people that I love and care about. I spend a lot of my time with my kids and grandchildren, traveling and doing fun things like teaching my grandkids how to make jewelry, paint, make pottery. I love the time that I get to spend with my grandchildren and family. I've also embraced self-care. I have learned to take better care of myself. For those who are still working, I give one piece of advice: start self-care now. You're worth it, and you will be so glad that you take care of yourself. You want to be physically fit in order to get the most out of retirement. And that's the best advice I can give anyone, whether they're retired or not retired.
Thanks, Doris. Let's hear from Gary. Gary, do you have any comments about the first thing you did after you retired? Gary, you're on mute. Okay.
Here I am. The first thing I did was I became a house husband because my wife continued to work. So I picked up a lot of the things that she was doing and made her life so much easier. And in so doing, I spent a lot of time with friends who had already retired. I picked up a new sport, pickleball, played more golf. Of course, I learned how to vacuum pretty good and do dishes and other things and go shopping. But I really enjoyed doing those items for her and me so that we could spend more quality time in the evening and on the weekends. And we started to develop a list of what priorities were going to be important to us when she retired, such as family and travel and things like that. So it helped bridge her into retirement because I was already retired too.
Nice. When I was thinking about when the first thing that I did, I had made a list of all the things that I wanted to do. And of course, I retired right in pandemic, and everything I wanted to do involved getting out and being with other people. So I'm still waiting to do those things. So anybody else want to weigh in? The first thing they did after retirement? Don't forget to unmute yourself if you have a comment.
I would say the first thing I did was sleep.
Oh,
for a few days. But after that, things picked up. And of course, mine was just before the pandemic started. So I was able to get out and move around with other people for a while. Didn't get the opportunity to do the traveling that I wanted to do because it was sickly time for some of my family members. So I was trying to help with that.
thank you. All right.
Shaubra.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
oh, the first thing I did when I retired was I told people how wonderful it was to be retired. If you saw me, I would say to you, it's so good to be retired. And to my friends who were already retired, I said, why didn't you tell me it was this good to be retired? I was just overjoyed at the fact that I was now retired.
Amen. Okay. Well, thank y'all for those comments. Let's go on to the next one. Complete the following sentence. Before I retired, what did you think you would do? Doris, you have any input on that?
Yes, before I retired, I was always joking about buying a beach house and teaching online business courses. I have a PhD in business administration, so I was always joking about that, never thinking that that would ever come true. My plan was to travel and occasionally teach online. I never thought that I'd actually be able to buy a beach house, but God provided. So now I spend a lot of time at my beach house, but instead of teaching online, I work on educational consulting projects that I believe continue to help people, because it was very important for me to continue to help people. And so that's what I'd always joked about doing before I retired. So I stay very busy, and I'm like Brenda, I'm very happy to be retired and enjoying it.
Cynthia, I know you talked about the first thing you did, but what did you think you would do?
Well, actually, I thought uh, 6 months before I retired, 3 months before I retired, a month before I retired, I said, I'm going to sleep for a year. Because I said that because I know as public servants, we give 100%, 120, 150% of ourselves to do the jobs that we did for our communities. And I was tired. So I said, I'm just going to sleep for a year. And then when I wake up, then I'm going to figure out what I'm going to do. I didn't do that because I was so happy to be retired. But that's what I thought I was going to do, just sleep for a year.
Man, it's funny how life happens. We have all these big plans, and hey, somebody else has a plan for us. All right, let's keep moving on. What do you think about your schedule? Brenda, your retirement schedule.
What schedule? On a more serious note, I think the best part of it is the flexibility. If you're a morning person, you can schedule appointments in the morning. If you're more of an evening person, you can schedule appointments in the evenings. And as far as being available when you want projects done, you're there to kind of see what's going on with various things with that. So, and also the flexibility of being able to spontaneously get involved with something, or someone say, let's do this, that you can spontaneously just say, okay, I can do this. I don't have to worry about I have to go to work or I got to be involved in this. And also, if you schedule projects for yourself or home and stuff, you can always say, I'll do it tomorrow.
Horace, you want to say something?
Yeah, just jumping back to kind of what Doris said, I always thought when I retired, I'd like to continue doing things to help people. So I volunteer with educational organizations and do some consulting. But I grew up on a farm. So what I know how to do is work. and I enjoy work. I have been blessed when I was with the Department of Public Instruction. I met some of the most wonderful business people and teachers across the state. And so I just really enjoyed working with people, and I continue to do that. So being useful and helpful is something. So I enjoy spending time helping my family and others. 3 days a week now, we have a ministry that we deliver food to over 50 homes. And so, we get up 7 o'clock Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, get that food transferred out of the big bins that the catering company brings to us and puts it in the clamshells and then hit the road to deliver. So being busy is one of the things I enjoy. I served in several volunteer roles, did minutes last night until about 11 o'clock from our homeowners association here. So being retired, you have to keep a calendar sometimes.
Yes, you do, Horace. You got a lot going on. All right. So what's the most fun thing you've done since you retired? Earl, we haven't heard from you.
Good morning. How's everyone this morning? Well, when you're retired, everything is fun. Every day is a good day, and every day is a great day. So I just enjoy life like everyone else. I told somebody when they asked me about retirement, I told them it's the best thing since peanut butter and jelly. But however, I enjoy, Newbern is my home, and so I have my home place down there. So I enjoy going down to Newbern on the waterfront, down at Union Point, and just walking and just enjoying the serenity of retirement. I live in Goldsboro, so of course I have many friends that I've made over 40 years here. So I enjoy going out, having dinner, spending time, catching up with my friends who are retired. We all have the conversation. We didn't know how much we were missing or how much the fellowship with each other is, and it's absolutely great and wonderful. And as I said earlier, who would have known, but I retired exactly 1 week before the pandemic. So it kind of shifted my plans in my life, because I was in the process of selling everything, and I was going to move to the big city of Raleigh. However, the pandemic put a hold on that. So I just enjoy just spending time with my friends, going down to Newbern, spending time on the water. And like Horace, I receive just the most joy and fulfillment in my life from helping others. And through my ministry of kindness, I volunteer for seniors. Now here's a senior calling other seniors, but they're old seniors, like they're 80 and 90 years old. But I enjoy, I deliver, I volunteer and I deliver groceries to those individuals. And what I really enjoy most is just the time and the conversations that I have with them. It's just amazing at that age, especially. I have 5 ladies that are in their 90s. Many times they don't have many visitors, so they look forward to my visits there. And to me, it's fun and it is rewarding.
Oh, bless you. Does anybody else want to chime in on that question?
I think from
Well,
what
the
Earl,
most fun thing I did,
Yeah, go ahead, Cynthia.
the,
The most fun
okay,
thing
the
that
most
you
fun
did.
thing I did was I took a trip to Egypt. I wanted to see the pyramids. I've always wanted to see those pyramids.
Wow.
And the first day when we arrived in Cairo, the hotel, and I looked out of my hotel window and I could see the Pyramid of Giza.
Wow.
When I woke up that morning, I could see the pyramid. So I got to see the oldest pyramids there were. I got to see the Pyramid of Giza. I got to see the Sphinx. I got to go to the Valley of the Kings. I got to see the mummified body of King Tut. And most of all, the one thing I wanted to do was float down the Nile like Cleopatra.
Ooh,
And that's what I
nice.
did. I floated down the Nile and I was Cleopatra floating down that Nile.
Like the
And it was
queen you
just
are.
one. That's right. The retired queen that I am.
Oh, great, 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 great. So how do you maintain your joy during these unforeseen circumstances in your retirement? How do you maintain your joy? Anybody? Earl?
Yes. Hello to everyone again. Even in retirement, just like when I was working, you've got to have a purpose in life. And if you have a purpose, you'll live a long life. And I found that out from my 80 and 90 years old. But even in the midst of COVID and all that went on, I was focused on my purpose in life. Therefore, my purpose was to help others. Those of us that are in and have been in servants positions and servants role, we continue to give back. So that's how I started my ministry of kindness. And what I do is what we've heard people talk about, is just perform random acts of kindness. Such as when I'm through the drive-through, I'll pay for the person behind the meal. Don't know them, but that's not important. Or I think I counted up between January and May, I had mailed about 150 cards randomly to individuals and to people. So I keep the U.S. Postal Service in business. But sometimes when I run into them and I see them, they say, your card came right in time, right when I needed the most. So once again, you know, I allow my passion to become my purpose. So I just try to continue to give back to people in and during my retirement. So I never get bored.
Nice, nice, nice. Anybody else want to weigh in on how you maintain your joy? Yes, Horace.
Just let me say, kind of follow up on what Earl said. I think when you have been in a service role, as we government employees have been in, you see that opportunity to just come your way. Monday after the shooting in Texas, I didn't go to a home of a fellow teacher that they didn't want to talk. And so spending time, Earl, like me, sometimes feel like we're counselors, I guess.
Yeah.
You just listen and hear what people do. But that's part of that purpose in my life, is to be able to just be focused and do what sometimes I feel like the Lord puts me in the right place. And so just do what I can to help others.
Thank you. Doris or Brenda, or do you have any?
I'll do one. Okay, yeah, I'm naturally a happy person, so I gravitate back to being happy no matter what the circumstance is. And I've been lucky that I haven't had any negative circumstances since I've been retired. Like Earl, I believe that having a meaningful purpose is key. Mine is taking care of my grandkids primarily so that my kids can now grow their careers. My son recently completed his MBA. And my daughter started her own mobile veterinary business. So I think my contribution to childcare has really helped them manage their time so that they could, you know, grow their careers. And I also like to continue to help people develop their own careers. I help them answer their questions because I have a background in entrepreneurship too. So I think that's important to me, to help people to become the best that they can become too, because I've been blessed in my career to have people help me along the way.
Also, I would like to add to that yes, public service is just that you get that spirit within you that you like serving others. So it's in a natural mode, even after retirement, to continue that service of serving others and all. So during my retirement, I've been able, even during the pandemic, because these individuals needed rides or they needed to have someone with them, I've been able to take them back and forth to doctor visits, to whatever their needs were, grocery store, or to shop for them, just as Earl stated, if they needed that because they couldn't get out themselves as far as being on walkers or not able to do. So I've been blessed to continue that service and helping others. And as I look at it right now, my sister needs me because of services that she needs. And I've also gotten back with my sorority financially, where we are an organization of community service. So I'm very much involved with that. So that's part of the spirit of a public servant retirement, that you stay involved with something of giving back or serving others. And I think it's part of my tithing back to the universe to be able to do just this.
You know, there's a theme in all of our retirement experiences. You know, we never stop working. We're always doing something.
Yep.
And like, as you said, Brenda, because we've always been serving others, we continue to serve. You know, now it's just that we do it on our own time, you know. So, and that's the major difference. But we never stop. We never really retire from work. We're always doing something. And I think this stage in our lives is a better service because we really are doing it with the right spirit. We're doing it because we want to. We are choosing to do this. So thank you guys for those comments. I do appreciate that. So we're going to go on, change our direction just a little bit about the organization, the North Carolina, I can never remember all of the Ncrga. What can the organization do to help you with your retirement? And I know that Horace had a lot to say about that. Horace.
Well, you just heard three speakers and you reinforced it, Barbara. The organization that we participate in with North Carolina Retired Government Employees could continue to ensure that people realize the value of the services that were provided by us as government employees and as we served over the years. But then as we continue to serve, the people who are out there doing the roles that we did formerly, whether they're educators, highway workers, healthcare workers, law enforcement staff, those people who just spend their time ensuring that our tax money is spent in the right manner. They are vital to the citizens of our state, to the health and safety, to the people who live here, and also to the people who visit here. I mean, you just think about the number of people who come and have some kind of medical emergency and have to depend on our emergency care workers, have to need help from our police officers or highway patrol out on the highways. I mean, that is just a real value of to people who are traveling in this state, and we have some real big travel corridors here. The Retired Government Employees Association can also help citizens to realize that when government employees retire, they use their retirement funds to allow them to do many things, as you've heard several speakers just talk about it recently. Personally, I've been able to donate scholarship funds to deserving students. We deliver meals, as I've already said, traveling about 150 miles a week. And gasoline's not getting any cheaper, folks. So that's really digging into the retirement funds. And without my retirement, I couldn't do those kind of things. I work with Baptist on Mission when we have disasters in communities and go and help restore life back to normal for some of these folks. And that's at our personal expense when we go out and do that. I'm involved with other faith-based organization projects, and I couldn't participate if I didn't have the retirement funds that I earned over 30-some years as I was employed in public service in the payrolls of North Carolina. Former state government employees continue to learn and to lead and to give once we retire. And I think that's one of the real things that sometimes I think people in the legislature almost forget, that we're giving back because of what we have earned over time in retirement funds. So keep on telling the story that we don't stop working. We still keep on doing, giving, and helping others.
Right. Thank you. Elegantly said. Anybody else want to?
I'll make one quick comment.
Yeah.
Listening to all the panelists, it sounds like we need a discount travel system for retirees, because a lot of the panelists have been traveling. So it'd be nice if we could pool our huge group association to get some travel benefits.
Amen. Amen.
Excuse me, Shaubra, and I would like to say, just in addition to what Horace has mentioned, and he did a wonderful job, thank you, Horace, is for the group as a whole to network with each other, so that we can share with each other resources that are out there, benefits that are out there. We can tap in on the wide wealth of knowledge that we have here among the organization here.
Earl, that's a great idea too, because if we could get the district meetings being face-to-face meetings again, that would be a wonderful opportunity.
Right. To follow up on the financial part, how do you maintain your joy for retirement on your present income? We'll let you continue. You're on mute.
Is it me?
Yes.
Yeah, go right ahead. Go
Yeah.
right ahead. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes, yes.
Well, one of the things is we look at planning and budgeting a lot at our house. And once you plan, you can budget. You can always find things to do, and they don't cost a lot of money. You know, I live in Raleigh, and you can go to the theater in Raleigh, or you can drive down to Stanford and spend 1/3 the cost and see plays and theaters down in Sanford, which are just as good. So you can shop around and you stretch your income. Another thing is, you know, you've got a bucket list. Everybody talks about travel and everything. Well, we planned on doing things on our bucket list, and we started saving air miles on our credit cards. We joined cruise and airline loyalty programs, and we joined hotel loyalty programs too, which really stretches the money to go even further when you travel. You know, when I started with the state, I started saving in the 401k, and I put in just very small amounts, but every time I got a pay raise, I upped it, maybe $25 or $50. And that grew substantially. And it's very nice to have as a fallback besides Social Security and our retirement plan. When you plan for retirement, you also need to think about, and when you're in retirement, you need to think about big ticket items like new cars, doing improvements around the house and everything. And you need to space them apart. And you need to shop around for quality workmanship for around the house, but a good price too. And there are many times you can find good deals for doing things around the house. Just recently with some of our flower beds, we put in retaining walls, and the gentleman did it, you know, and it did an excellent job, but we got some quotes and we looked at the quality of work, and he did the cheapest, but he was also the best quality of work. So shop around. You know, when you've got a bucket list, like with travel, you can always shop around. You don't always need to stay at the Ritz-Carlton when Holiday Inn works. You know, and it's really interesting that with some of the hotel benefits, we both have a card for a company that owns a bunch of hotels, and by paying the $99, we each get a free night in a hotel. You know, so there are ways to stretch the dollar. And we've stayed at so many hotels now that with the loyalty program, that just recently we were in Miami and we got upgraded to a 2-story suite overlooking the skyline of Miami. And it's beautiful to look at night. So there are ways that you can stretch your money by budgeting and planning. And, you know, it's also nice to be able to have that Social Security check come in and that 401k check come in too.
Yes.
So if you plan properly and budget properly, retirement can be a great life.
Oh,
Amen.
yes. And use those senior discounts.
Yes. My friends laugh. I'm coming up for an anniversary with my wife, and she mentioned about some jewelry she had seen. So I said to the person when I was ordering the jewelry on the phone, I said, "Can you give me a senior discount?" She goes, "Oh yeah, I'll give you 10% off." I didn't even know the jewelry company gave a discount. So you're exactly right. It does not hurt to ask.
It does not. Every little bit helps.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Shaubra,
Yes.
I understand about the discounts, and I worked in budgeting for 20 years. So while I was working, I was doing my own budgeting. And now when I travel, I stay in 4- and 5-star hotels. I'm sorry, and I agree with you about, you know, doing things and understanding the discount process. But I did that for 20, 30 years. And I said when I retired and when I go on trips, I'm staying in the best hotels. I'm doing everything. I'm not going to worry about the money that I'm spending. I'm going to take enough money with me to do exactly what I want. And that's what I do. And I have a ball. And I'm not going against anything about budgeting and being careful with your money, but I did that while I was working. And I said, when I retire, I'm going for the best that I can get. And I'm not going to squander my money, but I'm not going to, now, I'm not going to stay in a 1- and 2-star hotel when I can stay in a 5-star hotel. Now, I haven't gotten to the point where I can fly first class. That's too expensive. I've looked at the cost of flying first class and I say, no, I can't do that. But once I get there, I spend what I want and I stay in the best place and get the best service that I can.
You're just telling us that you don't not only want to be a queen on the Nile, you want to be a queen wherever you go, right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I'm staying in full. I've done the other thing, and now I want to stay in the best hotels. And I only travel with people who want to stay in the best hotel. That's just. I'm just so happy to be retired that it's just wonderful.
And the lesson there, Cynthia, is you prepared for that.
Oh yes,
you didn't wait until you've been preparing for years to be able to do that.
That's right. That's right.
Hey, Cynthia.
Yes. Okay, Earl, what were you saying?
Before we move on, and I think two key things is, and Gary brought them up, especially with our younger people, those who are getting close to retirement, it is important that they invest their money wisely so that when they do retire, they can live comfortably. And also, the most important thing I found out in my retirement, it doesn't take as much for me to live on. You don't spend as much. I don't have $100 a week laundry bill. I don't have to buy the gas. I'm not buying, and I loved it and enjoyed children. Look, all 43 years of it. But I'm not buying shoes. I'm not buying shirts and ties, which is what we do. I love it. I just kind of reinvent what I do. I give scholarships, but it just doesn't take as much for us to live on once we retire. Our wardrobe, I got rid of half of the clothes that I had. We don't require as much when we retire as we did when we was working. So that certainly helps us to live even more comfortably.
So what advice do you have to people who are getting ready to retire? Brenda, let's start with you.
Okay, one of the things I would say, don't live beyond your means. And you also need to plan carefully I always said, pay off your major bills before you retire. If you know you wanted a vehicle, then get it in the timely manner that by the time you retire, that's paid for, or that you don't have several major bills after you retire, because it's important, because you know you got a limited income coming in, and I'm sure you probably get a better deal as far as loans are concerned when you are working. And I said the first thing you need to do is just breathe and take the time to realize that your schedule is your own. And the second thing is find a reason to get up as a new retiree. Plan a project. If you don't have a reason to get up, you're more apt to just sleep and give up on life, and you will grow old. So you got to have a reason to get up in the morning. For those people who are retiring in the 5 to 10 years and stuff, again, I say try to pay off your major bills, because you know you're going to have a fixed income coming in every month. And if you don't know where to get involved, start checking out your local council on aging and other services for seniors, because they have many projects or many programs that you can get involved in, from exercise to they also plan short trips and everything. If you look at the AARP brochure bulletins that you get, make sure you join AARP, because you can get many discounts with your AARP card.
Right.
Okay, from food to travel to whatever, you can definitely get that. So I'm very involved with making sure that I use my AARP cards when I'm traveling or going out to eat or whatever. Also, I said, if you own your home, plan your major projects before you retire. Or even if it's planning the money part, where you know after you retire, you can be there to supervise or choose a time that you can be there all the time to kind of see what's going on, so they don't take shortcuts with what you want to do. So I found that exercise is very important, as Doris had said earlier, and most Council on Aging has some type of exercise programs, from the silver sneakers to their own exercise room that you can choose your own exercise time, or join groups that they have specific classes on certain days that you can get involved in.
Thank you. Excuse me. Gary?
Well, change is scary and retirement is change, but don't be scared. Life is an adventure and begins in retirement. You know, once again, you've got a plan, you've got a budget, and I'm just going to piggyback on Brenda. You know, when you start getting up in age, you start getting these things in the mail about come to learn about retirement and have a free meal, and, you know, they're from financial planners and stuff like that. So my wife and I went to several of them, and we learned whether we wanted an annuity, whether we didn't, whether we wanted to go with this financial planner or not, whether we wanted to take money out of the 401k and put it in a Roth or whatever. And, you know, we learned a lot. We also did the same thing with Social Security. We went to 2 or 3 of those meals and meetings about Social Security, and we also picked up a couple of books about Social Security, and there are hundreds of ways to file for Social Security, which is absolutely amazing. And so we learned different ideas and different thoughts and what to do before we retired and how to get our money to stretch longer. Think about what you want to do in retirement and what your priorities are. Remember, there's a difference between you want a new car and you need a new car, and I want a Mercedes, but I'll take a Honda. It's still getting me from point A to point B. And so you need to be thinking of those things too. And go to some of those retirement meetings. Before I retired, I went down to the state transportation theater, and there were probably 400 or 500 people in a meeting about retirement, and I learned a lot about it. But I also went to my own district retirement meetings about retirement. So, you know, just because you hear from one person doesn't mean it's the gospel. You've got to decide what's right for you in your planning for retirement, 5 years out, 10 years out. Start doing these things so all of a sudden you don't hit a brick wall and say, I'm retiring, what am I going to do? And remember, life is an adventure and it begins in retirement.
And indeed it does. And I'd like to just remind people a lesson that I learned before I retired or after that first year I retired. Make sure you understand the tax implications because it could be a shocker. I am here to testify to that. I was listening to all other kind of information, but I'm straight now, but there's taxes, there's a tax implication there. You know, you hear people talking about, oh, you don't have to pay any taxes on your retirement income. Okay. Better get some professional advice. I mean, real professional advice. That's my takeaway to my advice to new retirements, in addition to what everyone else has said. So those are all the questions right now, but does anybody else want to chime in with advice for new retirees or just in general?
Yes, I would like to say this little fun note. Getting old now is not like it used to be. 60 is the new 30 and 70 is the new 40. So I don't think I'm old. You heard me say I go and volunteer with seniors. They're not much older than I am. So there is so much joy in retirement. We are all servants, but we have so much more time now to volunteer and to do and to give back. And as been mentioned, I was always actively doing something, especially being a high school principal. It was something every night. But what I can enjoy now is I can enjoy devoting more time to my fraternity. When there's a project or something that needs to be done during the day, then I can volunteer to do that. I can volunteer to work with the seniors and do things and work with the Board of Elections. And I was an adjunct professor in interim ministry, and I started the Ministry of Kindness. So there's so many things that you can do as a retiree that doesn't cost anything, but refocusing and redirecting us so we can still have purpose in life, because there's such a need out here in the world today. And as retirees, we are very important and we are vital to our community, so we can continue to give back, and it don't cost us a thing. But what we receive ultimately is just the joy and satisfaction of knowing that we are making life better for others.
Amen. Amen.
I think hitchhiking on something Brenda said, to, be sure you get up every day with a purpose. And the key thing with what Earl was saying also is we have the opportunity to do for others. And it's like the old doing to others, you'd have them doing to you. My father died at age 93. He was still going to visit the older people.
Yeah.
And I watched and learned from him and my mother as they were hospice volunteers at that time in their life, that we have all kinds of things that we can do. The other thing is, for those of us in serving professions, I think have really caught the grasp of what we can do to help others. So to help people in our family to succeed, as Doris talked about, giving, the things that we can do to help make it easier for family and then for other people around us. But one of the things that some of us who have wonderful families, we forget there are people without families. And so we really need sometimes to just look and find some of those needs that a simple phone call to somebody really is an encouragement sometimes. Doesn't cost us a thing.
Yes.
Yes, another thing I definitely want to mention, I saw that someone put it in chat that, go to orbit, make sure you guard those sick days, because those sick days can go towards your retirement years.
That's right.
Yes.
And a lot of people don't do that. If you're planning for this 5 to 10 years, I think I had like almost over a year of sick leave. So just because you get the sick leave doesn't mean that you need to say, oh, I'm sick today and all. But I enjoy my work because I was serving others and all. But know that that sick leave can help you towards the number of years you want. And you can retire earlier to move on to some of the things that you wanted to do. I was able, because of wanting to open an adult daycare center, which I never did, but I'm still working with the older population and serving them to take them back and forth to the doctors or other appointments that they may need. And I always remember, as Earl and Horace was stating and all, Les Brown quote, say, life, you can't get out of it alive, so you might as well enjoy the trip.
Amen.
Good quote.
Okay, we only have a few more minutes. So on that note, we're going to just wrap these questions up. And I want to thank each and every one of you panelists for your life's lessons today and for sharing and just being so transparent about the joys of retirement. I also want to thank AARP and Rosalie. Thank you so much for continuing to support the organization, because without sponsors like you, we would not be here. We wouldn't be able to do the things that we are doing now. I also want to mention Daryl Fulmer. She's not on the panel, but she has been so instrumental in allowing us to be able to share the joys of retirement. And I want to thank all of you and thank you for the opportunity for me to host this particular session. It has been quite rewarding to meet all of you guys and to hear your stories, and so that I can continue my joy in retirement. I'm having a blast. So thank you again.
Yeah.
And on that note, make sure that you continue to support and participate in the celebration of public service, all of the trivia, the bingo, the other sessions that are going on. And thank you again. I see we have about 10 more minutes, and I'm not sure. No, we don't. We don't have 10 minutes. We have about 7 more minutes. But thank you again. Anybody with last words of wisdom or of encouragement?
Yes, I would just like to say that, we need to really cherish the time that we have. And and find your voice and find what you want to do and volunteer and help people. I do a lot of volunteering as well as trying to go on these trips. But I do a lot of volunteering, and there's a lot of satisfaction in helping others. I call I call people to say, just thinking about you. Just
Amen.
wanted you to know I was thinking about you. And, and they're happy to receive that call. Or I work at Loaves and Fishes where we give out food to people. And it's a wonderful feeling to be able to just give and expect nothing in return, but just give. And you find that your life is richer when you are giving to other people. And the other thing is that we talked about what the organization could do for us. And I think it's important that the organization help us to find each other. And you may have a you may have something you know how to do like carpentry. And you don't have to come to my house to help me, but you might take a phone call from me that says, "Oh, that person that doesn't seem right to me. What they're telling you to do is just not right. You need to let that person go and find you somebody else." Or I know somebody who lives in your area that knows somebody who is good. So, those are all the things we can help other seniors and people younger than ourselves, and then we can help each other. So I think that's the most important thing about us being going forward in this life is to remember to to be sure to help others.
Okay, thank you for that closing note, Cynthia. And you guys continue your joy and spread it around. All right, Brian, we're going to let you get ready for the next session. Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're ready. Good morning. It's nice to see everybody. Welcome to our 11:15 session on Shop Local, Eat Local, Meet Local, NCRGAE's Community Advisory Boards, better known as CABs. We're delighted to have you here with us this morning. And I'm hoping some of you may have been able to hear our previous session. It's a great lead in to what we're going to be talking about this morning as well. I'm Suzanne Merrill. I'm on the NCRGEA Board of Directors representing District 8, which is Wake County, all of Wake County. And with me, I have Cecil Wood from District 2 and Carl Sanders from District 5. I'm gonna ask Carl and Cecil to introduce themselves in just a few minutes, but wanted to say a few things before we hear from Cecil and Carl. As the title of our session suggests, we are going to be talking about local activities and being involved in your own communities and in your own districts. So we're going to do that in the context of our community advisory boards that we have in each district, and telling you more about how they have and will continue to influence our local activities for NCRGEA members, how to become more engaged in your community, and being able to participate in opportunities that the CABs are going to be setting up and arranging and involving all of the members of their districts. So we're looking forward to telling you more about the CABs in just a few minutes. But a few quick reminders. We hope you will be able to participate in the chat with us this morning. We're going to be asking you to respond to some questions and getting information and ideas from you about the work of our CABs. So we hope that you have set up a YouTube account in order to participate and you're logged into that. We've got folks monitoring the chat in YouTube, and we'll be sending information, your thoughts and ideas to Cecil and Carl and me as we go about the session. So we're looking forward to hearing from you in addition to you hearing from us about the CABs. While Carl and Cecil are introducing themselves, if you will also in the chat, if you will introduce yourself, tell us what town or city and county you're in, that will help us match you up to the districts, and we'll know how the districts are participating this morning. Also, some of you may be already participating on a CAB in your district, or you may have heard about the CAB. So if you are on a CAB, let us know that as part of your introduction in the chat. And if you're not, and if you've heard of a CAB or haven't heard of a CAB, again, that will help us focus our remarks and communication with you this morning about this important work with NCRGEA. So Cecil and Carl, I'm going to turn to you to welcome the group and introduce yourselves, and then we'll get into our program. So Carl, you want to go ahead and get started with your introduction?
Yeah, certainly. We want to welcome everybody, and hopefully you will leave here with some great information, and I believe you will. My name is Carl Sanders. I'm District Director for District 5, which is the 25 counties northeastern part of the state. But once again, we welcome you and enjoy.
Okay, great. Thank you, Carl. Cecil, would you like to also say hello and introduce yourself, please?
Well, good morning to everyone. We are delighted that you're here with us. We hope that you will find this entertaining and informative. I am one of the district directors for District 2. The other is Tom Lundy from Catawba County. Tom could not be with us today, so I'm here to represent both of us, but I know Tom would join me in saying welcome and hope that you will find everything very exciting to help you learn more about our association and how cabs can be a benefit to you. I'm a retired county manager, 35 years in local government service, and I have found that being interested in my retirement is something that is of great interest to me. And I think as you get into this, you'll find it's great interest to you also. And so we hope today that you'll learn more about cabs and want to take part in that. And it'll be something that you'll find very entertaining.
Great, thank you very much. Carl, I think that's just a great transition. Carl is going to talk more about our community advisory boards and what they're doing, how we've established those boards, and how they function within the district. So, Carl, if I can turn to you and have you share information about the cabs, that'll be great.
Certainly. I actually joined the board of Ncrga about 2 years ago, just in time for our strategic plan. Now, strategic planning exercise went very well. I learned a lot about the organization, where we're headed. It was just a super great experience. But we learned several things from the strategic plan. One is that Ncrga needs a greater voice if we're going to be effective at changing the quality of life from a positive perspective for our retirees. We need a larger voice. Right now we have, give or take, 60,000 members, but that's out of a potential of 300,000 retirees. If we doubled our membership to 120, we'll have twice as loud of a voice. Right. The other thing that we learned from the strategic plan is that folks just don't know who we are. You can have a loud voice, but nobody knows who you are. You're not going to be effective in terms of making positive change. So that was the second thing we learned, is that people don't know who Ncrga is. Right, and the last thing, not the last thing, but another important element as it relates to cabs is that we learned through the strategic plan that we have not really been doing an effective job engaging our local membership to help us on this journey. Right, so all that, when you add together, is where cabs come in. The best way to grow your membership is word of mouth, right? And the best people to do word of mouth are our memberships out there in the local community, right? Also, the local groups are the ones that will make a difference. There's a saying that goes like this. It says that all politics are local. Okay, we have a great advocacy team of lobbyists. They do an excellent job. But when they go in that office of that state senator or that state representative, they represent, the first thing they say is a lobbyist here to visit you. Now, locally, if our members go into the local office of that legislature or that state senator, they're not a lobbyist, they're a constituent. Right, and so your voice has a lot more weight, a lot more power than even our lobbyists, as great as they are. So this is where the cabs come in. We need to, number one, engage our membership to help us more. Most of our members, after they retire, they get involved with a number of community activities. What we found out is that our members are very, very active. What we want you to do is continue that activity, but we want you to wear the Ncrga cap when you go. You know, when you go to that, the visit your legislature, just say, hey, I'm a member of Ncrga. When you volunteer your services, combine and go with other members and say, we are here representing Ncrga, right? That will make a tremendous difference. And that's where the cabs come in. And that's the role we want you to play. The bottom line is that we as an organization are successful if you are successful, and you are successful if we are successful. So our destiny are tied to each other. And what it shows is that we can't do it without you, and we need you, and we're asking for your help to make a difference in the quality of life, not just for yourself and your local community, but for the whole state group of retired employees. And so thank you, and we want you to really take an opportunity of our cabs. It's a great opportunity for you to make a difference and get involved. And the bottom line is that we need you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Carl. Cecil, I wanted to give you an opportunity to share your thoughts about cabs and you know, what's been happening in your district as well.
Okay, Carl done a great job bringing out the information about the cabs, and it is so important to the future of our organization. However, as we look at the cabs, I don't want you to leave with the impression that it's all work and you want to try to stay away from that. We can see the cabs having a lot of social benefits to you also. It's a large district that we're in, and I'm sure over your time as a governmental employee, you had relationships with people that were outside of your area. The district concept gives us an opportunity through the cabs to not only help the association, but also to get together and enjoy each other's company. We have things that we can do together. May not be able to get together district-wide all the time, as large as our district is, from the Virginia line down to Mecklenburg County. That's a large area. And so just thinking of district number 2, we probably couldn't have district meetings all the time, but it'd be real easy for a couple of counties to get together, have some coffee, have some pie, just meet and greet each other, talk about what we have done in the past. Memories are great, but we can also talk about the things that we will be able to do in the future, the things we'd like to see done. And, you know, we have the experience and we have the wisdom and we have the know-how to make that happen. You need a vehicle to do that. We see the cabs as that vehicle. It should be interesting. It should be helpful. It should be something that we would enjoy doing. And we want to invite you to that. So I just want to say that as an additional thing there for the cabs on the things that Carl had said. Now, as we look through these things and talk about some of the experiences we've had, our cab is really just getting up and getting started. But we've already had some meetings, met some folks, talked about some things, and saw some things that we all have in common. And it is obvious that we're going to be able to get some people involved and get started. We also know about some of the other additional cabs that have been meeting longer than we have. And we've seen some of the things that they've been able to accomplish, some of the things that they've been able to do. And it's all been positive. When we look at these cabs and how they're going to function and who we're going to get involved with that, you know, this is something that every person that has worked for government, state or local government, will have an opportunity to use their experiences and their knowledge to make the state better, to make their community better, and to make their quality of life better. So I'm hoping that as we move forward, people will understand just how important the cab is and will come in and join it for the sharing of ideas, for the sharing of smiles. We will have both of those, and certainly want to invite everyone to be able to do that.
Okay, thank you, Cecil. That's helpful. The you know, the community advisory boards are they're an advisory stakeholder type group to the district directors and to each of the districts as a whole. They're it being part of the CAB, they're open to anyone in each of the districts who wants to participate on the board. They're really helping to shape activities and projects and things that are of interest to the members in each of the districts. And while we have some overarching goals that we want the CABs to carry out, and some goals for the CABs, that the beauty of them is that each CAB in each district can tailor what they want to do and the kinds of activities they would like to establish are that are relevant and important to the members within each district. So as Cecil said, some of the CABs have been meeting a little bit longer than others, and in my district, District 8, we've, I think, had a few more meetings than some of the other CABs have. We probably got off to a little bit sooner start than some of the districts, but that's the beauty of the CABs. They're helping to shape local engagement and activities and outreach, and by doing that, it's a really good benefit to the membership of Ncrga. It's helping us, as Carl mentioned, have a much stronger presence within our local communities, and especially for Carl and Cecil, where you've got multiple counties involved, it's a way to engage across a larger geographical area and help Ncrga really begin to have more influence and more focus at the local level. And a benefit we hope of doing that will be to increase our membership. And, that's important as well, so that we have a stronger voice in legislative matters and just have a stronger presence within the state to more fully represent our membership. So you've heard a lot about the CABs. I want to just ask Cecil and Carl real quickly to touch on some of the specific activities that your CABs have thought about or are planning to do or want to do, just to give our audience a little more specifics about what has been going on to date in the CABs. And then we do want to hear from our audience in terms of what their thinking is, or their interest in joining, and if they have suggestions about what the CABs should be doing. So just Carl and Cecil, real quickly, just mention a few things that your particular CABs have been working on or are planning to do or have done.
Yeah, one of the things that I noticed early on when we started meeting is just the background and history and experience that our members in the local community brought to the table. Each one had a very interesting career story that was worthy of being put in the book. So one of the first things we did, we encouraged them to take part on our website, where we highlight members around the state just to tell your story about your career. And each of them, one was just as dynamic as the other. Sometimes we think our career, was just a quiet 30 years, but most of them have all kinds of stories to tell. They experience many, many things, especially in the state of North Carolina, where things are always dynamic. So that was one of the things we did. And we got a wealth of suggestions on how to promote our brand, so to speak. And some of them we have implemented. Like one of the things that came out is that they didn't feel that Ncrga was present enough at a lot of the conferences. They said they see CNEC a lot, they see other people a lot, but they said that maybe we should have a more visible presence. And that was one of the things that we actually started doing. The district director started attending conferences, and they've been producing great fruit. So we're getting some wonderful ideas that are coming up. And the thing we want, we have somewhat of a small group, now, but each week it grows. You know, not each week, but each time we meet, you know, the numbers are almost like doubling. And so I see a lot of promise in the cabs, and the talent pool out there and the resources out there from our retirees is it's just unbelievable. I'm quite experienced.
Good. Okay, great. Cecil, how about
Okay,
district?
one of the things that we've got into or just getting started and building up is we saw an interest in people wanting to know who was there. You know, who was in our district, what happened to a friend maybe they had known 20 years ago. And so we're trying to develop a members page in our district. You can go on and you can put a small bio about yourself, a picture, talk about where you've, you know, where you worked, what you've done. If you wish, you know, how to contact that person. You can put your contact information on there and just try to get some conversation started among members. And it was an interest that the people that were there as we started had into building that list of contacts and making it easy for members to contact one another and catch up on old times. So I'll just stop right there real quick because I know we're probably getting short on time, but that was one of the main things that we wanted to get into and get started with.
Okay, great. Yeah, and just very quickly in District 8 in Wake County, we have talked about having a social day where we bring people together, you know, at a location and a meet and greet. We've talked about doing webinars. One of our members wanted to have a dog show for those of us who own dogs and have a meet and greet for our owners and our dogs. So there have been lots of fun things have been suggested and things that are of interest to people that would bring people out. And of course, there've been a lot of other ideas as well that we won't have time this morning to share. But I do want to say that our cabs within our districts have had an influence on our local engagement today as part of the celebration of Public Service Week. Our panel that we just had prior to this session, that suggestion grew out of District 6. So we are, you know, we're excited about what we're doing and what else we have on the horizon. And of course, COVID has, you know, the virus has slowed us down a little bit. So we're hoping once or if and when we are, you know, at a little bit different place, we can get back to more face-to-face kinds of activities, which brings me to want to say to our audience, as you've been listening to Cecil and Carl and I talk about the cabs and the range of activities that the cabs have been and will continue to be involved in. What kinds of activities would you like to see in your districts if you were either on the cab, things that you would like to suggest as a cab member, or even if you are not actually participating on the cab, things you would like to suggest for the cab in your district to consider. Again, you know, the cabs are planning activities district-wide, so you don't have to be a member of the cab in order to participate in the activities that the cabs are going to be developing within the district. So if you would put into the chat ideas that you have, that you've thought about, that you would like to see the cabs get involved in. You know, are you thinking about, if you want to become a member, would you be able to, you know, meet face to face or virtually or both? We've been doing a lot of work virtually for the past year, again, because of the virus. But we're hoping that will change soon. So I'm just going to stop for just briefly and see what comes into the chat that Carl and Cecil and I can pick up on and share with the other members who are participating. Okay, we have one suggestion that the cabs create some good volunteer opportunities, and that is a great reminder of something that I didn't say earlier, that has been important to NCRGEA and our districts and our CABs, which is to create partnerships at the local level and thinking about volunteer opportunities. One of the things that we've been thinking about and talking about is getting involved in one's community's Meals on Wheels programs. There are home delivered meals across the entire state. There are senior centers and across the state that have all kinds of activities, volunteer opportunities, just all kinds of programs and services to support good physical and mental health. So that's a really good point, that through the community advisory boards, there are multiple opportunities for volunteering and getting involved in one's community. So let's see, are there other comments on that have come through in the chat? Okay, I'm actually seeing one that a suggestion to have a booth at the NC State Fair. And Carl, Cecil, have you all talked about in your cabs partnering with other professional groups and doing things like, I think, Carl, you mentioned attending some conferences and representing NCRGEA. Talk a few minutes about partnerships with other professional groups and any sort of conferences where you've had opportunities to promote NCRGEA.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the suggestions that came up, but they were on the same page as we were already, because we were thinking that that's an area that we could do more of. I had an opportunity to do one in Wilmington, and it was HR folks, and that was one of the suggestions that our particular cab mentioned. But it produced so much fruit. We got contacts with people that have contacts with a whole bunch of other people, and we speak about how membership growth is so important, and that's just an excellent way for us to reach out. And I would say kudos to the state fair. We just, once again, we need to put our name out there much more, and all those volunteer opportunities that we spoke about. Once again, if we can, through the CAS, go as a group, blood drive, food bank, whatever, just say, we're here from NCRGEA and we're here to serve. There's nothing that will do more to get our name out there, to get more people involved with the cabs, and to produce fruit.
Okay, great, thank you. Cecil, anything you'd like to add to that?
No, we've not had a lot of conversation. There is some interest, but we've not had a lot of conversation. We've had a limited number of meetings, and so we haven't been able to really expand some of our ideas the way we would like to develop those ideas. But there is some interest in being involved in the community, seeing those things, and whether your local cab is. We usually think, just one county, but now it could be several counties. They get together with a cab and they go to, regional type activity. But it's something that people have shown an interest in, and it gives them an opportunity to give their energy an outlet. So they're looking at those things and interested in giving back to the community.
That's great. Thank you. Yes, we there's room for more participation on each of the cabs in the 9 districts. We welcome new members to our cabs. We've been meeting in District 8. We've been meeting about quarterly, every 2 to 3 months, and it's been about an hour each time we meet. We have been meeting virtually, just again because of the virus and our inability to get together face to face. But we have a good time. We make suggestions, and I've gotten to know the other thing that I think has been really important to me is I've gotten to know people in Wake County that I would never have known, fellow retirees and in other areas of state and local government. So I would never have gotten to meet these folks and hear their ideas and their suggestions and just what's important to them. That has been pretty exciting to me, to be part of the CAB. And we want to increase our membership, and as I said earlier, I'm representing Wake County, so it's always a bit of a challenge to try to cover a geographical area as large as Wake County and hear from other areas within Wake County, and I think the same is, with Carl and Cecil, same thing. You're covering a bigger geographical area, so we really are trying to engage our membership with things that are important to them. So Cecil, Carl, we still have a few minutes, I think. So as you think about the cabs and your participation, what has it meant to each of you to be part of the cab in your district?
Well, the opportunity is there to learn more about what's being done by our organization, from the lobbyist level up to just the inner workings of the organization, and being able to share that with other people. I've had conversations with several retirees that, while they were aware of the organization, they were not aware of the cabs in the area, and they weren't aware of all the things that the association had been doing on their behalf. So the cab, I think, would just enhance that ability to share information, to get people very knowledgeable of what's going on, and hopefully with knowledge comes power, and people would be able to talk to each other, hopefully even talk to the legislature about things that they find interesting. But absolutely important is for them to be able to talk to us, so that as an organization we're able to point the processes and to point the programs in the right direction. That's the direction that they want to go. They are there to be able to drive the train. So I see the CAB as being very instrumental in getting programs started, getting processes started, and getting direction started. And so I think everyone should want to be part of that activity.
Great. All right. Thank you, Cecil. Carl, I'm reminded in the chat that some of the fun suggestions that have come out of your district is the legacy project to capture member stories and histories and those important, things that are, of good duration. Say a little bit more about the work that you all have been thinking about in that area.
Yeah, that was actually one of the things that really amazed me. We spent some time, with people just really saying, what did you do in your 20 years? And a lot of times, we know, and that's one of the purposes of this week, that people think that people are working state and local government. They work their 20, 30 years, they get a pension, they head off into the sunset, happy forever. So the public service is usually one of those areas, even within our state legislature, that we're taking for granted. What I personally don't want to see, I don't want to see the retirees take their career for granted. Each one had just a unique, wonderful career that should be shared, and to me would change the image of public service. Right, each of them contributed, and the bottom line is the state would not be able to function without the things that the state and local employees contribute to the state. It's them that make the state as great as it is. And so I like that particular project because people just don't know or they take it for granted. So my hope is that we add more people to the cabs, share more stories, and get them out there in front of the public.
Okay, great. Well, I do have to make one correction. I said the resource booklet came out of Carl's district, but it actually came out of District 4. So it's a great idea to capture all kinds of resources that are of value to members of the districts. And the one other thing that I've thought about that really cuts across all the districts is ideas that are, come out of one district that are of interest. They are, we're sharing ideas across districts. So they're, if Carl or Cecil have a great idea and, in District 2 or 5, and we, want to have the same opportunity in District 8, we can share those ideas across districts. So it's a great way to, have broader, impact on NCRGEA's local engagement than just within your own district. So it's a nice way to communicate across all the districts and hear what is of interest in the West that may also be of interest in the East or in the central part of our state. Well, we're reaching an end to our session, so we really appreciate your participation this morning. And while we didn't have a huge amount of suggestions within the chat, and I know some of you are not don't have an account in YouTube, but what I do want to say in closing is that we welcome your ideas at any time. You can certainly reach out to NCRGEA offices. Daryl Davis-Fulmer has been monitoring our chat this morning and feeding us information. Daryl is the community liaison with NCRGEA and works closely with each of the districts. And so I'm going to share Daryl's email with you. And so feel free to reach out to Daryl as well with any questions or comments or other ideas that you have, or if you know somebody in your district, or if you're already on the cab, then just use this morning as a jumping off place to keep those good ideas going. So Daryl's email is DERYL@ncrgea.com. So, okay. And Daryl just told me that she has placed her email in the chat as well. So that's great. Well, thank you, everyone. We hope you've enjoyed this morning's session. We've enjoyed telling you about the cabs and our participation. Thanks to Carl and Cecil and Daryl for being a part of this session. So, and look on the website under each of the districts, the cab meetings are listed there. So you will be able to know when a meeting is coming up and be able to participate. So do use all of that good information about the districts and the cabs on NCRGEA's website. So again, thank you. We look forward to seeing you soon in our cab meetings.
North Carolina. We call it home, and it's no secret that North Carolina is a great state to retire to. And man, they're coming as fast as they can, any way they can, to North Carolina. Now, what you may not know, if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of state or local government employees, North Carolina is a great state to retire from. Maybe you want to drop your line in by the lake bank or hike on a mountain trail. Maybe golf is your thing. I know, some saltwater fishing. It's all right here in North Carolina. Now, we all agree that retirement shouldn't be stressful or complicated. And here at the North Carolina Retired Governmental Employees Association, we are dedicated in finding the best benefits to our state and local government retirees. So welcome to our webinar and get ready for some very important information that's gonna benefit you. You've made a living. Now it's time to make a life.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Brian Setzer, Interim Executive Director at Ncrga. We hope you've had a great morning listening to some of our speakers and a great week listening to the many contributions of our partners and also our staff. Just a reminder that you can go to the website at ncrga.com and log on. Call our office hotline at extension 109 and you'll get additional supports and the ability to very quickly connect with a staff member. We've had over 1,000 views this week on our YouTube channel, and our average duration of viewership is about 50 minutes. So we really want to thank you for participating, but a reminder, you can go to YouTube if you've missed the previous days and watch the playlist. You can walk around the neighborhood and listen to just a couple of sessions on your headphones. There's different ways to stay active and engaged in this work, and we're thrilled for all of our staff and team for putting on the work this week. We're now at our 12 o'clock session, where we've got a session entitled Nice to Meet You, Making Connections Within Your Districts 3, 4, and 8. This session is going to be led by our very own board members, Ben Neal, Bobby Burleson, Suzanne Merrill, and Van Langston. We're happy to have Suzanne kick us off, and we're really looking forward to listening to the team. Suzanne?
Thanks, Brian. Good afternoon. It's nice to have everybody with us. I'm Suzanne Merrill. I'm on the board of Ncrga, representing District 8, which is Wake County. I hope many of you have had the opportunity to be with us all morning to hear the panel discussion that kicked off the morning, and then we've just finished a session on our community advisory boards that are active in each of our 9 districts. And so we're now to the point today. This has been an exciting day because it's all about local engagement and working with our membership at the local level and with our fellow retirees. And so this session is an opportunity for those of you participating to get to meet and greet and know a little bit more about your directors and activities within your districts. We're focusing on districts 3 and 4 and 8 this afternoon. I have Bobby Burleson and Ben Neal with me from District 3. At the moment, we have a few vacancies on the board with District 4, and Van Langston is our president, who's also a member of District 8. So we're glad to have everyone, and we're in just a few minutes, we're going to tell you a little bit more about ourselves, but a few reminders. We hope at this point in the week that you have opened a YouTube account so that you can participate in the chat and be involved as we want to engage you in some discussion about our districts and what we're doing and how we can be more responsive to you as members of Ncrga within your respective districts. So we'll hope that we hear a good bit from you in just a few minutes. But while we're introducing ourselves, the other thing I would like to ask you to do, if you will, go into the chat and introduce yourselves. Tell us what town or city you live in and county so that we can connect you to your district. And then soon we'll want to engage you, as I said, in some of the activities that we're going to be talking about, and how we can be more responsive to you as a member. We've got folks monitoring the chat on YouTube, so we'll be able to hear from you and hear your comments and questions as we go about this session. So I'll tell you just a little bit about me, and then I'm going to ask, as I said a minute or two ago, I'm going to ask Ben and Bobby and Van to say a little bit more about who they are and how they're representing their districts. I retired about 4 years ago after over 40 years of combined service in local government and state government. I worked in Forsyth County government for about 10 years, and then the remainder of my career, a little over 30 years, was in state government in the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services within the divisions of aging and adult services and social services. My background in training and education is in geriatric social work, so might not surprise you that those are the areas I ended up working in within the context of state and local government. I live in Raleigh and have been on the board about 3 years and am currently the chairperson of the outreach committee, which I'm hoping we can talk a little bit more about the strategic plan as we go about this session. But outreach is a very important part of our strategic activity for Ncrga. We are working very hard to really more effectively engage our membership at the local level, to give us a presence locally as an organization, to offer activities and programs and services to our membership, and really have much more of a presence within our local communities, with the hope of increasing our membership and increasing our voice across the state within legislative and other matters. So today has been particularly exciting for me because it's been a day about local engagement and outreach, and I'm seeing a lot of the activities that have gone on within the districts and within our community advisory boards. I'm seeing a lot of that come to fruition this week, and in particular today, and have been really excited that we've been able to engage our members in this virtual week to celebrate public service and who we are as public servants. So now I'm going to move to Bobby. Bobby, if you'll introduce yourself and share who you are and your background, then we'll move on to Ben and Van.
Hi, I'm Bobby Burleson. I'm one of the board members from District 3. I live in Stokes County. I retired in 2002 from the Department of Corrections for 30 years. I started out there as a correctional officer and retired as a superintendent. I've been on this board for a year now, but I've been a member of this association for about 15 years.
Okay. Thanks, Bobby. Okay, Ben.
Good day. I'm Ben Neal. I began my public service career with the Employment Security Commission, moved from there to Rockingham County, where I was the first personnel and purchasing officer. Through my course of work there, I became the assistant county manager and HR director for Rockingham County. I retired twice. The first time I was in 2006. I worked in the private sector for 4 years, returned to Rockingham County in 2010 and retired again November the 1st, 2013. That time I really retired, and I have enjoyed playing ever since. I serve District 3, live in Clemens, I am the chair of the Benefits Committee. I'm also on the Executive Committee and the Local Government and Outreach and Technical and Communications Committees. So this is a very worthwhile organization. The CABs are vital parts of our organization. We want to hear from you folks and make sure that we are doing what you want us to do on your behalf, which is on our own behalf as well. We look forward to hearing more from you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ben. Van, I see you there. So if you'll, Van is our president, and if you'll introduce yourself, that'll be great.
Sure will, Suzanne. Thank you very much. First of all, I can beat Ben and Neal on this. I have retired 4 times. So done lots of things, but primarily I'm an educator in public school, administrator, board development for the School Board Association, worked at Department of Public Instruction. Basically, I couldn't hold a job, apparently, over all those years. But I'm here, as everybody on this screen is, to fight for you. Better pension, better health care, better quality of life in retirement. And I am certainly one of those geriatric people that Suzanne trained about. So thank you, Suzanne, for that, and look forward to the session today. Y'all please ask questions.
Yeah, no, that's great. Van, while you've got the floor, I mentioned a little bit about the strategic plan just in the context of local engagement and outreach. And so can you just comment a little further on the broader aspect of the strategic plan and how it is really going to drive the organization and how important it is to have one?
Sure, be happy to. I think the first 50 years of this organization, we focused primarily on working from this office to the legislature, and that worked well. But now the world has changed, and we're looking at how are we going to be even more successful in the next 50 years. And so we developed a strategic plan. The differences are we're looking more and more to our members to be active back home, advocating for all retirees. You're going to find that we are reorienting the whole organization. So you're going to have cabs where you become more active, both for social reasons, but also for advocacy reasons and community service. Most of you spent your lives in community service, and cabs are a way that you can continue that. But you'll find us measuring ourselves on a very regular basis. And I think the number one mission for every one of us in the strategic plan is to grow our membership. The more people we are, the louder our voice where it really counts. So take a look at that. This is a place where you can play a role. So cabs are about an opportunity to do that. And I thank you all for being here today and look forward to hearing your questions. Thanks, okay. Suzanne.
Great. One of the things that that I'm going to ask Ben and Bobby to comment on as well, but just going back to the importance of a strategic plan and our outreach in the community and engaging our members around fun and positive and local activities, and also the important other area that Van mentioned, which is just our advocacy, legislative advocacy, and other advocacy as well. I'm really glad that we are moving in this direction, because as a new retiree about 4 years ago, I did not know, after all the years of working in state and local government, I did not know about Ncrga. So I found out about the organization as a result of getting the complimentary newsletter as a new retiree. And so I'm really excited to think that we're doing much more to market ourselves as an association, to create a brand that people will know and respect and will recognize. One of the things we were talking about in our previous session with our community advisory boards was engaging with other professional organizations that are active in our local communities and getting to know who those folks are and where appropriate, creating some partnerships and doing some activities together. So Ben and Bobby, just thinking about learning about Ncrga and coming on the board, what was your initial experiences with this organization?
I'll start, if you don't mind.
Okay.
My experience was, I guess I'd been retired about 4 or 5 years when I received a newsletter or something. I'm not exactly sure how it went, but I joined up and I've shared before. Actually, I thought that whenever you joined, that your name just went on a list, and someone just said, well, we have X amount of members. I had no idea that we were the voice for 66,000 retirees. But after joining this board, I saw that there's a whole team of people, plus liaisons to the legislature that helped negotiate our pay increases. And what is most important to us at this stage of life, and I've been found out here a lot lately, is our insurance. We stand a good chance of having higher insurance rates. So we're working toward that. But my experience has been very positive.
Okay, good. Ben, and will you comment?
Gladly, thank you. I became aware of the organization while I was the HR director at Rockingham County. I've always thought it was a wonderful thing for groups to have advocates, including local government employees and retirees and state employees and retirees. I looked forward to my retirement since preschool, perhaps. So I had a long time to anticipate it, and I hope to have a real long time to enjoy it. Graham Prevere was the Forsyth County manager for a number of years, and after that came to work for Rockingham County as our economic developer. Graham was a great employee and a great advocate for local government and everybody in North Carolina. And he called one day to see if I would come on to the board as he was going off of the board. And I agreed to do that based on Graham's request, and little did I know how active we would get. And getting more active is, of course, a very good thing. We are very actively seeking to advocate and make more progress for you. I think our participation in the Lake case years ago when the Bailey case was won, that was a wonderful thing that this organization had a lot of positives to do with. So we need to have all of the numbers that we can. There are more than 300,000 potential members. We need for everyone who runs for office to understand that we need to have advocates in office, and we need to pay attention and behave accordingly as well. So I think advocacy is an extremely important thing. Benefits are not quite as strong as they used to be. People coming to work for state and local government now don't have as strong benefits to look forward to upon retirement as we did. So it's vital for us to be in place to help those folks after they've retired with group benefits.
Great, thank you, Ben. Ben, you're reminding me of another big part of our overall outreach activities. We've been talking today mostly about local engagement and working with our membership at the local level and through our district meetings and our community advisory boards. But the other piece of outreach is pre-retirement awareness. So it's really important, and we want to concentrate farther back up the line to engage people before they retire so that they know about Ncrga. They're aware of us. They're thinking about retirement, and we're a great organization to be a part of. So we've been reaching out to HR managers and engaging them in many cities and towns and counties to ask them to help us work more effectively as people are planning retirement, as they are planning retirement activities. And so we're going to do a lot more in this area as part of our strategic plan. But we've really got a two-pronged approach. We want to try to engage people while they're still actively working but thinking about retirement, so that we capture them at the right time. And we certainly, as we've been talking more this morning and into the afternoon in this session, about engaging our current membership and growing our current membership through current members, as well as growing it through creating opportunities for pre-retirement awareness on the part of people who are thinking about retirement. So, Van, I know you've been on the board for a long time. Any comments you would add in terms of just how being part of Ncrga has shaped you, or just from your perspective as president and a longtime board member?
Sure, happy to. I think more and more we realize to grow, we've got to get our 66,000 members to work on it. And I've been thinking it's probably time for a sausage biscuit recruitment drive. When you go see all your old work buddies at the Hardee's or wherever and have a sausage biscuit, let's be recruiting new members. I bet there are friends there that just haven't thought about it. $40 is the annual dues. That's eating out one night. And the benefits you get from that are so wonderful. And if you haven't spent much time on our website, another outreach for us is a much improved website where you're going to be getting lots and lots of services on a regular basis there. Some of us participated in the soup can exercise. I think that was yesterday. Wouldn't it be cool if every day you could go online at Ncrga and exercise? Then you could go eat the sausage biscuit and feel better about it. I think the truth is the good Lord helps them that helps themselves. In this case, we need to band together all 300,000 state and local government retirees and fight for ourselves, because as the saying goes, it's time for you to live a life based on your many years of service, and we want to do our part to ensure it's a good quality life. And Suzanne, I thank you for organizing this and leading this discussion.
Well, you're very welcome. We've got just a few more minutes, and I know we've had a few folks introduce themselves on the chat. So I want to see if I'm hearing we've got about 7 minutes left. So I want to do two things. I want to give District 3 credit for the idea of the pre-retirement workshops. I was talking a few minutes ago about engaging our potential retirees sooner, back up the ladder. So Ben and Bobby, I want to give your district credit for that idea. So the remaining time, just wanted to, what's really important to us, in addition to our members getting to know who their directors are and who the folks are who will be leading and participating on the cabs and other district meetings, wanted to give our participants the opportunity for us to hear from you. And I think what's one of the biggest questions we have is what do we need to be doing as an organization to improve your membership participation, to move the organization along? Are there thoughts or ideas that you would like to share while we're having our conversation this afternoon? Are we doing the right things? Are we engaging our membership as effectively as we can? Those are all really important aspects for us, and especially in the context of our strategic plan and working strategically and being more effective than ever. So I'm going to just take just a second or two and see if anything pops up in the chat. And while I'm doing that, Bobby, Ben, Van, other thoughts you would add to this district meeting in terms of what you would want participants to know and hear this afternoon?
Suzanne, I got one question I bet members out there have. If I'm interested in being involved in a cab, how do I get connected with that cab? What do I do to sort of volunteer to be active?
Very easy. You just have to say, I want to be on the cab. And Daryl Davis Fulmer is going to put her email address in the chat before we wrap up. So just an email or a phone call to Daryl, email, I guess, because that's what Daryl's going to put in the chat. It's as simple as that.
Great.
If you already, know Ben or Bobby, or know me or you, Van, just a phone call or a connection. It's one of the easiest things one can volunteer to do. And we are looking for new members. We've got a cab in each of the districts meeting. Some of them have met a little more often than others, but we are welcoming with open arms new members. The other thing that if you look at NCRGEA's website that Van, you mentioned a few minutes ago, we have a page devoted to each of the districts. So there's good information there. There's information about upcoming district meetings, upcoming CAB meetings. So that's another great way to find out what's going on. And the other, Van, you'll like this. If we have your email address as an organization, when we invite, when Daryl sends out emails letting individuals know in each of the districts that we're having a CAB meeting on such and such date, we're inviting everybody to participate whose email we have. So, so another really good reason for people to share their email with the association so that we can easily connect. Daryl would want me to say we put information on Facebook as well as our website. So there are multiple ways to get engaged.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm working on my technical skills to both facilitate and look in the chat. So so just wanted to see if we had any further information in the chat. We're probably to the point getting close to needing to wrap up. But yeah, I'm just saying we have about 3 minutes left. So so we hope that this session this afternoon has been helpful to you. We hope we have let those of you participating know a little bit more about who we are in districts 3, 4, and 8. Again, we encourage you to get involved. We want to hear from you. Email Daryl with any questions or ideas or comments that you weren't able to make today. We are very open to that. She will share those with each of the district directors as we move forward. We have, in addition to our session, we have 2 more coming up, one with another group of the districts, and then a final meeting with the last of our districts. So, and then after that, great bingo coming up again. So don't miss out on that at 2:15. So Ben, Van, Bobby, thank you. Appreciate all of your contributions this afternoon. And again, we look forward to hearing from people and seeing you in upcoming meetings. So thanks again.
Thanks, Suzanne. Bye.
Thank you, Suzanne and Ben and Bobby and Van. We really appreciated that session. Just a reminder that we have sessions going on all week, and we'll be back after a short break at 12:45. In the interim, please get up and stretch. Visit our website at ncrgea.com. call into our staff if you're having any trouble with technology and having any trouble accessing the content from this week. I want to remind everybody that Districts 5, 7, and 9 are coming up. We will drop in the chat if you're unsure where your district is, but Districts 5, 7, and 9 will be next up on our session at 12:45. Also, a reminder that if you missed the first few days, you can go back on YouTube, and every session is playlisted, so you don't have to listen to 4 hours of content. You can listen to 7 minutes, an hour, 30 minutes, and you can even take part in the soup can exercise session that we did yesterday on a daily routine. So thank you for your time and attention, and we'll see you back here at 1:15. back, everyone. This is Brian Setzer, your interim executive director at Ncrga. We're excited to have you back for day 4 of the celebration of Public Service Week. As those of you can attest who've attended our sessions over the week, we've heard from partners, staff, board members, and various organizations and dignitaries and legislators across North Carolina on the importance of staying active and engaged, really contributing to a lifetime of work. We want to honor our retirees by helping them make a living over the next 30 years in their communities. So we're excited about hearing from more board members today. We are joined by our board president, Van Langston. We'll be talking with our board member, Frank Lewis, and our session will be facilitated by our board member, Carl Sanders. This is our session on Nice to Meet You, making connections within your district. So important as we work across the state to understand the districts you're in and the events that we'll be sponsoring. If the district categorization is new to you, we'll be dropping that in the YouTube channel so you can see what counties comprise districts 5, 7, and 9. And we're going to be talking a little bit with 3 board members today who've certainly been active, engaged over the last year and throughout their lifetime of service in North Carolina. So Carl, welcome. We're looking forward to the facilitation, and take us away.
Yes, good morning, and we want to welcome everyone. During this session, what we want to do is to help you get a little bit more familiar with the people that you partner with in serving your needs. First of all, I'd like to just kind of introduce myself. The goal of this session is for you to get to know us a little bit better and for us to know you a little bit better. So meanwhile, in the chat, if you can kind of just tell us about yourself, maybe where you retired from and where you're living now, and just put that in the chat. And any ideas that you may have for us to kind of get to know each other better. If we know each other better, we can kind of work better together. I've learned a lot from the folks in my particular district, and I got to know some of you, and look forward to meeting you and knowing a lot more. For myself, I started my career in state government after doing 20 years with the United States Coast Guard, retiring as Lieutenant Commander in 1994. And then I went to Bible college for a couple of years. And then I came to North Carolina. That's where I began my North Carolina career, working mostly in purchasing and contracts throughout the state at a couple of the universities and Department of Environment and Natural Resources, but most of it was in Department of Administration. And I retired from there in 2014. Right, so at this time, we just want to introduce the other members of the panel. We'll start with Van. He's our president, and I must say, he's been a real positive force of change for our organization, and I'm happy to serve with him and partner with him. And then we have Frank Lewis, but we'll go ahead and start with you, Van. If you could just share a little bit about yourself and.
Okay, thank you, Carl. First of all, we're all proud that we've got someone on our board that has 20 years service in the military and then a career in state government. Thank you for that, Carl. I was an educator, teacher, principal, assistant superintendent, retired after 30 years and then went to work for the School Board Association, training 800 school board members on how to be good boardsmen and boardswomen, and held several other jobs after that. What I'm proudest of is following in my mother's footsteps, who was a first grade teacher. And all of us have a commitment to public service in some way. It sometimes doesn't get the amount of respect it needs, and part of our mission as an association, just like this very week, is to get people to remember how much benefit derives to the citizens of this state from the hard work of state and local government employees. So thank you for the opportunity, and I'll turn it over to Frank.
Thank you, Van. Thank you, Carl. I'm glad to see you this morning or this afternoon, and we appreciate what you've done for us. My background goes kind of like Van. I'm proud of being here because my father was a member of this association in the early days, and I kind of grew up with that in public service. He worked with the County Commissioners Association, and he enjoyed being the mayor of Lillington. And one of the other public service jobs I've had is I was planning board director for the town of Lillington for 20 years. So it's kind of in my blood, and I appreciate it, and I'm glad that I've been able to do it. My background, though, is in budget and finance. I was, for 20 years, the business manager for the North Carolina Justice Academy in Salemburg. And then later we had a Western campus, too, and we trained law enforcement from correctional officers to ALE to SBI to forestry. Came through the academy. And then I moved back to Raleigh and worked for Elaine Marshall, the Secretary of State's office, as her deputy for administration. And then finished up in the state budget office working with salaries, benefits, and health benefits. So that's where my background is, and I've enjoyed being on this board now for 6 years, and coming up with toward the end of that tenure, and we certainly have done a lot of changing in the 6 years that I've been on the board. And I know Van would say that, and even Carl would say that, but I can tell you that it's changed from the one and done meetings and having lunch that it was 7 or 8 years ago. It's a very active association, and we're trying to do what we can for our members and to get more members and more benefits for them. So thank you.
Y'all, I have to say, having heard all these introductions, I'm honored to be on this panel.
The same here. I'm honored to be on this panel. One of the things that really impressed me when I became a part of the board is just the breadth of experience, knowledge, and expertise of our board members. I was almost overwhelmed. I said, am I in the right place? You know what I mean? But we have some tremendous expertise, and they all are giving their time and their energy to improve the quality of life of all of our state and local government retirees. And I've never seen a more dedicated group of people dedicated for that particular purpose. One of the things that I really like about our particular strategic plan is that typically organizations work top down. You know, we have some expertise on our board, and it would be very easy for them to say, well, let's figure out what we can do to provide the best of services to our retirees. And it's a guessing game. One thing about North Carolina, we've got 100 counties, and each county is kind of unique of its own. A county in the western part of the state is totally different from a county in the eastern part of the state. Some people like the mountain cabins, and other people like the house on the beach. You know, so there's a lot of diversities. So we count a lot on the people within our district, and our strategic plan kind of flip that around, where we are now trying to, rather than guess what you want, we're trying to go to you and say, how can we best serve you? You're in the best position to tell us how we can best serve you. Right. And so that's been a sort of a change in our focus, and a good change. You know, so that's what our districts are all about. And in my particular district, I have 25 counties. right? It's probably impossible for me to get around to all 25 counties. Matter of fact, I know it is. Even though I've been to several, it's a kind of impossible task. But we want to get more of our membership involved in what we're doing. We want to learn more from you about how we can provide service for you and help you improve your quality of life, and to get direction from you on what things we should be focused on as an organization. We're here for you, and if you weren't there as a retiree, we wouldn't be here as a organization or either on the board. So we want to encourage people to search out our district, particularly our community advisory boards. That's an excellent place to hook up and to make input and to make a difference. I was speaking for a moment from my particular district, the challenge of it being so large, and me being there's two right now, two directors assigned to each district, but 2 directors in 25 counties is a big challenge. But I like to go back to Frank and Van and say, how do you meet that challenge of kind of working your particular district and trying to hook up as much as possible with the membership and the feed from them how we can best serve them.
Well, I'm at District 7, and we have 2 members that are on the board in District 7. And we have been really trying to do the community advisory board with Daryl Fulmer working to help us gather people with our CAB meetings. And it's been a lot of fun to do that and talk to people about different ideas that they have for our district and for the state. So it's worked well. This is just part of what we're doing and growing. It's the kind of thing that in the past, the only thing we've really done would have a district meeting in our district about every 3 years, and we would have a large turnout of people that would come for a meal and enjoy the meal and hear from the executive director and the president and the district board members in that area. But with this technology that we've moved to now, hopefully we hear from more people and get better ideas. I mean, it's an idea-driven kind of organization that when something comes from a member, we try and bring it to the board. If it's a health benefit issue, if it's a salary issue, if it's a lobbying issue with somebody, the retirement benefits. And we do have, as we know, local government agencies and state agencies. And that's fun to work with both of those agencies to get ideas from them. So.
Well, Carl, you're asking about that. I think one of the things that might be helpful, and we've begun to develop these CABs, community advisory boards, but I'm not sure whether Daryl has done this yet on this session or not, but Daryl can put up a contact. So if you're listening today and you want to become active in the CAB, check the email address that Daryl's going to put in and let her know, and we'll get you connected to your CAB when the time comes. And you also, right now it's up on the screen right this minute, Daryl at ncrga.com.
Yeah.
Thank you. When we do district meetings, we have lots of attendance, and we often inquire and try to get information from members there. But I think more and more we're trying to get sort of live action input from our members. So tomorrow we're going to introduce our new executive director, and he'll have an email address. Write him a note. He wants to hear from you as he starts his tenure, what kinds of services you'd like for us to provide. So he'll be thrilled to get that. but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get the email address. So we'll be introducing him around lunchtime, I think, tomorrow. So please stay tuned for that. It'll be exciting. Thanks, Carl.
Yeah. I just want to touch on just for a few minutes the role that our membership within each district can play in terms of advocacy.
Yes.
We have a very highly qualified, well-experienced team of advocacy at the district level, not the district level, excuse me, but at the corporate level. And they do a good job, right? But one of the things that we talked about is what role can our membership play in advocacy? Most times, you have a personal relationship with a lot of the people, a lot of the decision makers within your local community. If we were to knock on the door and say, I'm from Raleigh and we're here to help you, they'd probably kick us out. But in your case, you have open doors. So I just want to touch upon what kind of role can members play in advocating on behalf of NCGREA. If you could speak to that for a few minutes, Ben, I'll appreciate it. And I know we have bounced a number of ideas around in terms of providing training for folks so they feel more comfortable doing it. But if you touch on that, we appreciate it.
Okay. Well, I'll step in for a second. I think you'll find our new director is going to be communicating more often with members. But for him to do that, you've got to do one thing. Send us your email address. If we don't have your email address, quick communication just can't happen. So you call us, you send us an email to this association, and we'll add you to the list. You'll hear more directly from our executive director on talking points. Let's say there's a topic in the General Assembly. You'll hear what points you'd like to make with a legislator. And the truth is, some of you, because of where you live, actually know a particular legislator. You go to church, you live in the neighborhood. That's the most powerful lobbying that can be done. If you share an idea with that legislator who knows you, that's much more effective than Carl and myself knocking on the door in the General Assembly. They don't know who we are. You got the power here to help improve the quality of life for our retirees. So jump on it if you would. Right?
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, and it's important to know those folks, and you just kind of got to go to them in a congenial way and say, here's some things that just need to be done for our retiree group. I mean, you cannot demand a whole lot, but you can at least give them suggestions that we've been without cost of living raises for a long, long time. And it's time for them to step up and help us have something that's a recurring kind of benefit to help us along. I heard from a friend of mine the other day, he read something on Social Security. Social Security is going to go up 8% in January. And I thought, my goodness. But things are not, we got to have cost of living through those kind of agencies. So at least there are people out there thinking about it. Go and talk to them. A lot of them, quite honestly, both of mine in Harnett County, their wives were teachers. So that's kind of, well, think about your family and think about what they did for your children and the children in Harnett County. And so there are all kind of ways to touch people and ask them in a congenial way, right. Give us a little help. Please give us a little help. So,
yeah, we just finished our primary cycle here in the state of North Carolina, and we are, it's going to get interesting here in a few months. But one thing is that there's probably more of an open door policy now for our political leaders during this season than any season. So it's a great opportunity for you to, pay them a visit, or if you're at a particular event where they're present and they're trying to, kiss the babies and shake their hands, you can grab a hand and ask them about our cost of living and what's their position on the cost of living for state employees, and tell them about inflation and how it's impacting you. So it's a great opportunity to step out there. I know a couple of folks in our particular cab, our last cab, they're getting ready to go to a primary event. And they said, well, now that we talked, I got a lot of questions for them today. So, that's good, and you can make a big difference. Once again, you have a lot more credibility than we do. We represent a vote in our particular area, but you represent a vote for that person right in your area there. Wanted to, if we could, Van, you have been an exceptional leader for this organization as president of the board, right? We're getting ready to come on a new direction, a new director, executive director, shortly.
Yes.
And they'll be carrying the day-to-day torch. But as president, we're getting ready to do a turnover on the board, and looking back for your tenure, what things that you are proud of accomplishing, right? And what direction you see this organization going forward?
Thank you, Carl. They say that prior success is one of the greatest barriers to change. This organization has been successful over the last 50 years. So it takes a lot of courage to take a look at what you're doing and recognize while it worked then, it maybe won't work as well in the future. So that's what our strategic plan has been, an effort to say, what do we need to do differently in order to advocate even better for our members and to grow our members? And that's what that strategic plan was about. I guess what I'm most appreciative of is our amazing board, as Carl mentioned, people that have all kinds of skill sets were willing to travel that journey, to look and contemplate what a different future might be. And I think our members will see that. Our strategic plan, by the way, is on our website. If you want to know what directions we're looking to go in, you can go on the website. We do use that to measure at every board meeting what progress we're making on each of those items. So we're really moving to, some of you will know the term from your agency, database decision making. That is not kind of guessing, but actually measuring what we do and hearing from our members more. And the more we can use digital tools to hear from you, the better we can serve you. So I'm proud to have been a member of the board, to be real honest, over these years, especially when we began tackling what were really kind of scary issues. It's always more comfortable to keep doing what you're doing, but deciding to do something different takes courage, and I'm thrilled that our board's been willing to do that. And I'm very excited about the new executive director coming on board. He'll be interviewed tomorrow, so be sure you tune in.
Carl, I had one other thing that I thought might be important is that we're all members of other groups and associations.
Yes.
And by golly, even if it's the guys I have coffee with in the morning, they're doing something else. Maybe they're in an association. And talk to the people around you that could be members of this association and tell them how to get the information, how to get on the website, and what it's doing for them. And I think that's important too. There are a lot of people out there that we're in other areas with that we should invite them to be members. So.
Yeah, I know myself, being a former military officer, there's probably 2 or 3 organizations that I belong to that focus on retirement. And actually, we talk about cost of living, it goes across the board for everyone. It impacts everyone.
That's right.
So there's a lot of opportunities for partnership. And that's something I'd like to see us do more of, even in local communities, the different organizations that we can partner with, and people that are living in that community are the ones that are best able to identify those organizations. So we just welcome everyone's help and help us to identify potential partners that we can partner with to further the goals of the organization and improve quality of life for all retirees. One of the other things I just want to touch on before we close our session is we're running out of time, but one of the things that I would love to see the local communities or the local CABs produce is sort of a resource book listing those partnership type organizations that we can share with other members of our group. There's a wealth of resources in every local community, but every local community is different. They have different, organizations may be represented in one county, but not another. So we had a resource book that says, here's where you go for this information. Here's where you go for this information concerning retirement. Here's an organization that with these goals that relate to retirement. I think that'd be a excellent tool for us to focus on in our individual districts, just sort of a district-wide resource book.
Great idea.
In closing, once again, I just want to encourage everyone really to get involved. We can't do what we do without you, and if you weren't there, we wouldn't be here. So to me, it's a big partnership, and in order for us to be successful, you have to be successful, and if you're successful, we are successful, right? So we can't do it without you, and together we're partners for the success of improving the quality of life for our retirees, state and local government across the state. And to me, there's nothing more important. When I first came to the organization, my motivation was to make an impact or a change to people's life in a positive way. And seeing the goals of Ncrga, they fit perfectly with my heart to want to serve and improve the quality of life for everyone. So once again, we want to welcome everyone to get involved, get busy. There's a lot of talent out there, a lot of expertise, put it to work to make a difference. And once again, I want to thank everyone for listening to our session. We hope you gained some insight, some information that was useful. And once again, I want to steer everybody to our website. Our website is a wealth of information. You can find out all the district contacts. You can find out all sorts of information on our website. So I want to steer everybody to our website for further information. And once again, thank you for joining us. And we welcome you to the rest of our sessions this week.
We appreciate that, Carl. This is Brian Setzer, Interim Executive Director at Ncrga. We were grateful today to have Frank and Van with us as well. Next up at 1:30, we'll be hearing from Districts 1, 2, and 6, and some of our board members will be present there as well. Just a reminder, you can go onto our website at ncrga.com, have a direct YouTube link to this event, call in to our hotline at extension 109, and we'll help you with any technology needs you have. All of the events are being recorded on YouTube. So if you missed the first day, missed the first couple of days, you can pick and choose from each session. Some of the sessions are as short as 2 minutes long, and some of the sessions are 15 minutes or more. We really appreciate the viewership. We've had over 1,000 viewers to date, and we've had, about 50 to 45 people in each session attending, and we've got multiple subscribers since the week started as well. So we really appreciate your attendance, your participation. The average viewership has been almost an hour, and that tells us that you've been on and listening to several sessions. So we hope you've found value and that you're deriving benefit from the week. We will continue our work coming back after the 15-minute break. And of course, after that session, we'll give you a heads up on Friday and our teaser to meet our new executive director and to hear for the vision of some of those questions, but also where the organization is headed with our board chair as well. So thank you for your time and attention, and we'll see you in 15 minutes.
North Carolina. We call it home, and it's no secret that North Carolina is a great state to retire to. And man, they're coming as fast as they can, any way they can, to North Carolina. Now, what you may not know, if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of state or local government employees, North Carolina is a great state to retire from. Maybe you want to drop your line in by the lake bank or hike on a mountain trail. Maybe golf is your thing. I know, some saltwater fishing. It's all right here in North Carolina. Now, we all agree that retirement shouldn't be stressful or complicated. And here at the North Carolina Retired Governmental Employees Association, we are dedicated in finding the best benefits to our state and local government retirees. So welcome to our webinar and get ready for some very important information that's gonna benefit you. You've made a living. Now it's time to make a life.
Welcome back to day 4 of our celebration of Public Service Week. This is Brian Setzer, Interim Executive Director at Ncrga. Reminder to all of our listeners that you can go to our website at ncgra.com. You can direct call our office where extension 109 will be able to help you with any technology supports or needs. And also a reminder to sign up for our YouTube channel. We've had several subscribers this week. We're excited to hear from all of you on what's next and what you can pick up throughout the week. So if you missed a session or you want to go back and rewatch it, that'll all be available this week and you can log back on. We're very excited for our 1:30 p.m. session today to talk with districts 1, 2, and 6. In our YouTube chat, you'll notice that we have a map and you'll be able to see where your county is located in relation to the districts. There's information there that'll track you to other benefits and the opportunity to sign up if you're a prospective member. During our last YouTube chat, we had a recently retired individual who found us this week through the website. There's a join button there. You can go right directly in and be a part of our work. And part of that value is understanding what our board members and our fellow members have experienced. So today, we're honored from District 1 to have Bob Shepard with us, one of our board members and executive committee members. We're also honored to have District 2 member Cecil Wood with us, as well as District 6 members Libby McTierra and Martha Sue Hall. Today's session will be facilitated by our executive committee member Martha Sue Hall and board member, and we're excited to hear from all of our constituents out there in the chat and the YouTube channels. So welcome back. Martha Sue, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Brian, and welcome to all that are listening or watching today. And I would first like to say thank you to the staff that's behind the cameras that have put this all of this together. What a week we have had. What a week this has been. You heard Brian do the introductions of who is on here today, so I'll forego any comments that I might have with that. And I'm just going to start with a self-introduction. I am Martha Sue Hall. I am from Albemarle, and I'm retired from the Administrative Office of the Courts. I'm also an elected official in Stanley County, having been a county commissioner for 2 terms back in the 90s. Yes, I am that old. And having been now on city council since 2003, serving currently as mayor pro tem. I am right now the vice president of this organization and find it an honor to be able to talk to you, our members of 1, 2, and 6. Reminder for those of you who are watching on chat, remember you've got to have that YouTube account to get into chat if you have questions for us as we move forward. So without further ado, I'm going to ask the other 3 that are with me today, starting with District 1, Bob Shepard, if you'll tell us who you are, where you retired from, and where you're living. And Bob, you're muted. You're muted. Zoom 101 there.
Okay.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that. Bob Shepard. I live in Asheville. I retired from Land of Sky Regional Council after almost 3 decades there. But before that, I was out of state and changed jobs a little more. I went to graduate school, went to work for the federal government, served my military duty, worked 4 years in Pennsylvania in economic development, and then came back in 1973, and that's, again, where I retired. I've done some interim town management jobs in Western North Carolina after retirement for about 10 years, and so that's sort of what I did most of my life. We have, Area 1 has 16 counties. It's not as big as Norm Sanders has 25 down east, I think. But we got a big territory from Murphy to Marion, from Mitchell to Rutherford, and we want to involve people in our district for ideas and support, and above all, to be in touch, I think, with their legislators when we need them to.
Thank you so much, Bob.
Okay, thank you. Anything else I was supposed to do?
No, you've done exactly what you were going to do. And Libby, I would go to you, but I'm doing numerical order right now. So you hang tight because I'm going to be ladies first on the next. So from right beside of Bob in District 1, we have Cecil Wood from District 2. Cecil, where you live, where you retired from. That's
it. Say hello to everyone. Welcome to the program. We hope you enjoy it. I retired from the town of Louisville. I was a manager for about 35 years. I worked in Wilkes County as county manager. I worked in Yadkin County as county manager, and then in the town of Louisville as a town manager. I now live in Wilkesboro. That's my home county. And so it's been an interesting career. I got to meet a lot of wonderful people, do a lot of things that I would have never thought I would have done when I was in college. And that's a pretty good thing, considering when you go to college, you think, oh, you're going to do a lot of stuff. So, but it's been a great career, and now I'm proud to proclaim that I'm a retiree. So that brings us, I get back around to our purpose for today's meeting. So I'll just stop right there and turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Last but by no means least is the other female on the screen, Libby McAteer. Libby, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Libby Snuggs McAteer from Gastonia, and I'm one of the 3 representatives from District 6 because Martha Sue Hall is our vice president and an officer. We get an extra member on District 6. Jerry Pinkard from Met Hill in Mecklenburg County is the other district director, and District 6 is comprised of Cleveland, Gaston, Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, Union, and Stanley counties. And I live in Gastonia. My 27 years with the state were comprised of 21 with the North Carolina Department of Revenue. And then I was 11 years in management with the Department of Revenue. From there, I was elected as the Gaston County Clerk of Superior Court, and I retired from that position. I was fortunate to be able to take early retirement with 27 years, which I did. My late mother, was in the public schools, spent 30 years with Gaston County Public Schools, retired as a guidance counselor, and my husband put his 37 years in the state, working 4 years and teaching on the college level, 4 years first with NC State, and then 33 years with Gaston College. And he was formerly on the board of directors in the late 90s and early mid 2000s from District 6. So I won't say I followed in his footsteps, but I suppose I did. And it truly is an honor to be a part of this association, especially be serving on the board representing District 6.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Bob, Cecil, and Libby. The next issue that we want to talk about is that this particular session and every one of the sessions that are good to meet you sessions are really just so that we can have a conversation between the districts, folks in our districts, and we, the district directors. So one of the things that is very important to this organization is membership. And how folks found out about this organization. I fell into it. I literally fell into it. I retired in May of 14, and a month after I retired, now I know why this happened. A month after I retired, I got a call from Ed Regan, who was the executive director at that time, and Ed said, Martha Sue, send me a check made out to this. And I said, what for? And he said, I'll do the paperwork. Just send me a check. And I said, fine. So I did. And now I have used that with other folks. Now I've done that. But so I'm going to start with Libby, and I'm going to say to Libby, number one, how is it that you found out about NCRGEA, why you joined, and then how did you end up with as a director? So how you found out about it, why you joined, and what is it like being a director?
My first exposure to this organization was through my mother when she retired in 1995. She received a letter from NCRGEA, and she showed it to me and said, what should I do? And I said, write a check and join. So she did. My husband then retired in 97, and he also received the same letter, so he wrote his check and joined. A few years later, he found himself on the board after calling Lee Hammond, who was the executive director, to express his opinion on a position that the association was taking. So he got on the board. I joined after I retired. So that's how I knew about it. I've basically known about it since 1995. And I saw a little blip in our newsletter. I don't know if it's not the Living Power newsletter, a year and a half ago, and said they were looking for board members. And I thought my district was not up. So I thought, I'll send it in, see what happens. So I sent an email and my resume. And the next thing I knew, I was being called for an interview in April. And then I had the privilege of being elected this past June to serve. So I'm finishing my first year on the board.
Very good, Libby. Very good. So you knew about it a long time ago. Cecil, how did you first hear about it? Why did you join, and why are you now on the board? Or how did you get on the board?
Well, being in the manager's office, we received the Living Power newsletter. So I knew about it long before I was ever able to retire. And thought it was a good idea. Get the retirees together, be a group. There's always power in numbers, and do those things. I also noticed when Ed Regan became the director for that, I said, well, that's another good guy there. So I know things are in good hands going forward there. And so when I retired, shortly after retirement, I did get the letter, and I joined. I went to a district meeting or two and got involved, and I got lazy and forgot to renew my membership a few times, and actually got out of the association, not because of anything the association done, just because I was lazy. And then I was there one day and here in the den, and I had a person call me and say, we need you. And I said, who's we? And it was someone representing the association. And as it turned out, this person was also a director. And she was going to retire. From the board, she was no longer able to do it. She says, we need you, and we want you, or I want you to file for the director's position. Okay, I don't know anything about this. She said, you'll do fine. So I applied, got back in the association and applied, and it went through. I am one of two directors from Director 2. The other is Tom Lundy. And so knowing Tom, I knew that anything that I couldn't do, Tom could. So I wasn't too concerned about that and got in. But the thing that became very central to me was that this is the only statewide organization that deals with retirees and their needs. That's what I need to be involved with, because as a retiree, I have a personal interest. As a more humanitarian goal, all of our 300,000 plus retirees should be concerned, and someone should be looking at how things are going in Raleigh in regards to retirees' benefits and what's being done to protect them. So I thought those were good purposes, worth the time that we put in. So I joined, and I have been trying ever since.
Thank you so much, Cecil. And Bob, last but not least, why you joined, and now a member, now a board member?
Well, I knew Ed Regan too, and went to a few meetings where he was on the podium a great deal, and also on the podium was a lady I knew from church, Gertie Simpson, who was state president. And I guess I joined because I thought, well, this is really more for state government people, but I might get some benefit from it being a local government person. It's worth a try. And so I was going to district meetings, and along about, a few years ago, when we'd gone about 8 years with no COLA, I got a little more vocal, I guess, and I got asked to come on the board. Same time Libby did. And so I've just been on the board now about a year. And I do think there's strength in numbers, and we need more numbers to have more strength. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, Bob. And, by hearing the three of you all, it makes me feel like the oldest hen in the hen house here. Not the oldest numerical, but with the most tenure. That's scary to me, because
I think I got you on age.
I knew each of you, or of each of you, when you were working in your respective jobs. That's the scary thing. So a comment that Bob just made that I really want us to be ever mindful of is that a lot of people looking at the North Carolina Retired Government Employees Association think it is only for state retirees. I want folks listening and anybody that's watching later to realize, as Cecil indicated, we are the only organization that our sole responsibility is to work for city, county, and state retirees. So this is not, we're not just state. We are all government employee retirees. Now I'm going to pass this now into a panel, and I'm just going to specifically ask of you one question. And Cecil, you've been the middle both other times, so we let you go first this time. Why should members really want to be involved? Why just pay your dues and get your newsletter and go on about your way? Why do we and why should members get involved?
Well, if they're interested enough to be involved, to join, that means they have a concern about retirees, what things are going on. Someone has got to be involved. There's people that's got to, make calls, meet legislators, do things. Sure, we have hired staff. They can do these things, but you know what? It's never as effective for those folks to do it as it is for the members of the organization to do it. If you have a real interest, if you have a concern about the future of your retiree life, is there always going to be sufficient money? Is the state going to consider favorably the needs of retirees? If you're going to be worried about these things, if you think there's something that could affect your life, you need to be involved, because this is the process that can be used to affect those decisions.
Thank you.
So you need to go out and do those type things.
Thank you very much. And for folks that are watching, let me just say that we've only got about 10 more minutes within this session. So as you are listening, watching and listening, please put in the chat one thing or two things: who you are and where you're from. So that's one. And what is it that that we, the association, might be doing for you as a retiree that we're not already doing or that you might not think we're doing. So if while we're finishing up these last 10 minutes, if you will put those two things in the chat, we'll capture who you are, where you're from, and what we might need to do that we're not yet doing for you. Libby, I love this question. What should we be doing to entice new members? I love that word, to entice new members to join and stay with us. Join. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just going to say, let me just say, everybody's mentioned Ed Regan's name but me. My husband was on the board that hired Ed Regan. So I've known him for a long time too. I think what we need to do is let people know who we are, what we do, the benefits we provide, the advocacy that we stand for. I've watched different sessions throughout the week, and I've actually learned a lot. I had forgotten that my membership comes with a AD&D plan that should I die or have an accidental death or dismemberment, file it within 365 days and you're covered. You have a benefit from that. I had honestly forgotten about that. They also offer the insurance plans, various supplemental plans, dental, vision, hearing, medical, even final expenses. The group purchasing plans. I know my membership has more than paid for itself for the benefits of using the Office Depot program. Travel opportunities. There was a session this morning about lady talking about she went to, first thing she did when she retired is she went to Egypt to see the pyramids. She's a District 6 member too, by the way. We have travel opportunities, but ideally, what we need you, our members, to reach out to your friends and coworkers and encourage them to join with us, because there is strength in numbers. We try to reach the pre-retirees, but we are somewhat blockaded a little bit on that. But we really need our members to bring in their friends and coworkers and tell them about the association after they retire or as they're getting ready to retire. And the real positive thing that I see coming down the pipe is we have hired a new executive director with a proven track record of membership development. After a nationwide search with a professional search team, we have found someone that I fully believe is going to grow this organization. He has a wealth of knowledge, wealth of experience in nonprofits, and everybody should turn in tomorrow to see his formal introduction.
That's exactly right. Thank you so much, Libby. So 2 comments that Libby made. So I always used to say that Office Max, I got my money, my membership money returned by all I saved there. Well, I think I worked and I've saved so much money there that I ran them out of business. So I don't even have an Office Max now in my city because of that. I've used it so much. One thing that you did mention that I'm going to say before I get Bob in here for his last question is that you talked about membership and that we've got to get our members to reach out to members. I was in Civitans, seems like 1,000 years ago, and one of our membership drives was called Each One, Reach One. And starting in July, that is one thing that I'm really going to capitalize. People are going to get tired of hearing me say that. But just like when you run for office, when you know someone and you actually ask them one-on-one to vote, then joining is a vote for this organization. So thinking about bringing in other members, not necessarily just so we'll get our membership numbers up, that's not the issue, is that we've got 330,000 people out there who are retired government employees that we need to get them to be able to take advantage of these benefits, which now, Bob, leads me into the question, why are we celebrating Public Service Week? Why has all of this been done? Why? And what's important to you about that, Public Service Week?
Well, I think it's proving worthwhile, but the reason we got into it was we didn't think that public servants were held in very high esteem, and that was reflected in COLAs and in other ways. So I think we certainly need to enhance the image of people in public service. One very good tool that the city county managers worked on a few years ago was to teach people about local government in North Carolina and to understand what we do. It's very important people understand what we do in public service. And I think there's a lot of good material we ultimately can use there. Just so many people don't understand that local government, the first chapter of that is, let me read it. Well, it's local governments are close to you. In fact, they're closest to you. So the water at the tap, the solid waste at the back of the house, and all those things are that make life more livable for us. So many of those things come from local government, and so many things come from state government, the control of our water quality, just so many things. So we need to appreciate the people that make those things possible. And I think we're involving ourselves in an image campaign to make people understand what it is we do and why we're worth it.
Thank you so much. And just to capitalize on what he was talking about, public servants, you, the retirees, folks who worked for the state, city, or county, chose a career, and granted you had a retirement system there, so you made a good choice when it got to that. However, you may not have made the bank, if you will, while you were working, but you do have a retirement that's continuing to come in, and good for each of you. But we, as Bob said, the image of public servants, current workers or retirees, is not always good. You know, those folks down at the local mom and pops who are down there drinking coffee saying, well, those guys are just standing around at the road. They don't realize that those folks standing out at the road are digging a new ditch for a new pipe. But during COVID, I think is where we really got the first thought of how important our public employees were. With teachers and with electricity and the health department, all of those tests that they were taking and all of those shots they were giving out. It never just surprised me on the depth and breadth of work that our public service employees have done and will continue to do. One of the things wrapping up, and this 30 minutes went very quickly, these three representatives that are with me today are serving on community advisory boards in their particular districts. And that is one thing that we are trying to do to get you folks that are watching us to be an active part about what we're doing with this association. Years ago, and you may have already heard this if you've been watching all week, and if you have, I'm sorry. Years ago, this was an eat, burp, meet, and leave organization of a board that met one time a year. We have a board now made up of 23 people, if possible, who are wanting to be active members and wanting to get this association out into the communities where this association is not known for something within the Beltline in Raleigh, but that we have active not chapters, but active members who are doing good work together, enjoying what they're doing in retirement to the benefit of their communities. So that is what our community advisory boards are all about, and we're hoping that this and this particular Good to Meet You sessions across the state will energize and ignite that in the folks watching. We have about another minute. Guys, is there anything that you all think we need to mention?
I'll offer something, and I'll read this if you'll allow me. The legislative goals of our association for 2022, 1, annual cost of living increases or other pension enhancements for state and local government retirees, strengthening the defined benefit plan for current and future state and local retirees, fully funding the pension system and the health plan. I'm paraphrasing, increasing access to and quality of care for retirees across North Carolina, expanding first to last mile access to broadband, and expanding the Bailey tax exemptions. So that's quite a bit we're biting off.
It sure is. And when I say that, that's so funny. That is for the legislative session, the short session that's in right now. Hey, long session starts in January. Any closing thoughts or things I've left off, Cecil or Libby?
You've done a good job.
I don't know that there are any comments in the chat. However, if there are comments in the chat, we will leave that chat open for a few moments and find out who you are and respond to those. Thanks again for joining us. Please, please, please go back on YouTube and watch all of the sessions that we have had this week. Thanks again for joining us. Brian, do you want to close us up here? I think that's what they're asking. Thank you.
Thanks, Martha Sue, and thanks to Bob and Libby, and also to the time we spent today with Cecil as well. We've had so many good presenters and so many partners and staff and also legislators and representatives this week that have added so much value to this experience. We have our next session up at 2:15, which is our Ncrga Hunger Games. That is the Battle of the Districts, sponsored by our partners at AARP North Carolina. We're privileged to have Risley Calarco with us from AARP of NC, and also our very own Daryl Davis Fulmer, who is our Ncrga Community Liaison. For those of you that have not yet participated in bingo or the trivia or the drawings, you have to enter your name in YouTube. You have to go on to ncrga.com/trivia, and we can make sure to get you into that process. We've given out several prizes each morning, and we'll continue to do that tomorrow morning. So take a short break, get up and exercise, go check on grandkids, or go spend some time outdoors. We'll be back online in 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back to the fourth day of our celebration of Public Service Week. This is Brian Setzer, your interim executive director at Ncrga. And a reminder, you can go to our website, you can log us and follow on at social media, YouTube channels by creating an account and participate in the various drawings and prizes throughout the week. Also, if you haven't been to our YouTube channel specifically, we're recording and downloading each of the playlists daily, so you can walk around and take your headphones and listen to a session that you might have missed. And also, you'll see those sessions in the coming days from today's morning and certainly for tomorrow. We do want to tease tomorrow that we'll be announcing our new executive director, and we're excited to also have a few surprises along the way tomorrow that you'll find of interest. In that spirit, we also want to have a little fun, so we're playing our second bingo game today, the Ncrga Hunger Games, Battle of the Districts. Thanks to so many of you who are poised and ready to play. This is sponsored by our great partners at AARP North Carolina. We're fortunate that Risley Calarco is joining us again today, and we'll kick things off with our very own Daryl Davis Fulmer as well, our Ncrga community liaison. So, Risley, welcome back and take us away.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are enjoying the celebration of public service. I know I thoroughly enjoyed the panel discussion I got to sit on the joys of retirement. It was such a great discussion, so I hope everyone will be able to listen in if you missed it. We are going to attempt to play 2 games today, Daryl, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, and if everyone is ready, I will go ahead and start the game. Our first one is going to be G60. G60. N39. N39. B4. B4. N36. N36. I28. I28. O62. O62. G55. G55. O68. O68. O67. O67. B15. I'm just realizing that some people may not have gotten their cards. I'm going to put the link in the chat for those people who may not have gotten their cards. Sorry about that.
Good. They can go back and see the numbers, right, Laura? They're in the chat as well. All right.
Okay, we will give everybody a few minutes. Sorry about that. We want to make sure everyone has a chance to win. And I'll give people a few minutes to review the numbers in the chat, because I believe we had, oh gosh, we've called a few actually. I didn't realize we called that many.
It goes fast, Rosalie.
It does go fast,
Yeah.
faster than I thought.
Yeah. So the people have the cards yet? Can you tell?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you will let me know in the chat when it feels like everyone's been able to get their cards.
Think so?
Okay.
Okay,
We're good to start again?
Yeah. Well.
Okay. Do you want me to just start a new game now that everybody's got their, we can start a new one.
Yep, that'd probably be the easiest thing to do.
Okay.
They need to reset their cards though if they were playing before.
Oh, yes, you're right. If you were playing previous, reset your card, and then we'll start everybody out on a new one.
Yep. The joys of live, right?
Right. The joys of, and bingo is one of them.
Yes. Okay. Just whenever you're ready, Rosalie.
Okay. The first one is going to be B7. B7. B4. B4. I28. I28. G53. G53. G49. G49. O68. O68. I30. I30. O70. O70. N36. N36. I23. I23.
Rosalie, can we stop right here? If anyone gets bingo, please type your name in the chat. Bingo and then your name so that we know. All right? And then we're going to ask you for your card number. So we'll give you instructions once we have someone who makes bingo.
Thank you, Daryl. I forgot to mention that earlier. And then once we verify the card, we'll give the instructions on how to get us. We'll have you email me and I'll put my information in the chat. N35. N35. N38. N38. B9. B9. N45. N45. O74. O74. N33. N33. B13. B13, O63, O63, O72, O72, I29, I29, N44, N44, G52, G52, G57, G57, N31, N31, O75, O75, G56, G56, G59, G59, I17, I17, N43, N43, G50, G50, O65, O65, I21, I21, B5, B5, G46, G46, B8, B8, B2, B2, N39, N39, G54, G54, I-26. I-26.
No bingo yet?
I-22. I-22. No bingo yet.
We got one. We got one. What's the name?
Okay, good.
10.
Card 10.
Is
All
it
right,
card
let me
10?
verify the card.
All right. We need the name. I can't see it.
Okay, that
All
one
right.
is a winner.
JJ Rogers.
And if I'm not mistaken, JJ Rogers might have won on Tuesday as well. I felt like
Yes.
that was a similar name.
And we have 12.
I'll check card 12 too.
All right.
So I'll put
And
my
what is the
email in the
name?
chat as well. Card 12. Yes, card 12 is a winner.
All right. Card 12 and card 10, 010. Please put your
Yes.
name in the chat. We've got your card number, and Rosalie will be placing her email address in the chat for you to send her information, okay, so that she can get you the prize from AARP.
Okay, if everyone wants to, do we have time to play one more? We do, don't we?
I think we do. Yes. Let's
Yeah,
go
I
ahead
think
with
because
it.
we're till 2:45, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we will play one more if everyone will reset their cards. All right, the first call is going to be 070. Oh, 70. Oh, 68. Oh, 68. Oh, 61. Oh, 61. G54. G54. Oh, 75. Oh, 75. Sorry if you can hear my son in the background. The next call is I-17. I-17. Oh, 67. Oh, 67. N36. N36. I-21. I-21. G49. G49. G48. G48. I-26. I-26. N38. N38. B3, B3, B4, B4, N42, N42, B6, B6, G46, G46, B13, B13, O69, O69, G52.
We have a winner.
Oh, good.
All right. Is that 12?
12. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
All right. What is the name on that one? Glenn Hughes.
Okay,
It's card
so
number 12.
if Glenn and Jennifer Rogers will email me at the email address in the chat, we will make sure to get you your prizes. Do you think we have time to play one more?
No. You want to play one more?
No. Okay.
Wait a minute. Sounds like we might have time to play one more.
Okay. If everyone will reset their cards.
Okay.
All right. The first call is N38.
Okay.
N38. N36. N36. I-29. I-29. I-22. I-22. B4. B4. N35. N35. O64. O64. G60. G60. G55. G55. N43. N43. I-16. I-16. I-17. I-17. B6. B6. N37. N37. O66. O66. O73. O73, G58, G58, O75, O75, B14, B14, B10, B10, O69, O69, I20, I20, I23, I23, G50, G50, N41, N41, O68, O68, O71, O71, O74, O74, B8, B8, I21, I21, G51, G51, I18, I18, B11, B11, N39, N39, G46, G46, B12, B12, O61, O61, B1, B1, G56, G56, N31, N31, B13, B13, I25, I25, N33, N33, G48, G48, I24, oh, good. Okay. That one is not a winner. Card 16. Unless he can tell me on my end, I'm not sure if he didn't X out one of the numbers, but there's not 5 in a row from what I can tell. Even the free space. Okay. Okay, JJ Rogers is a winner. Uh-huh. Card 13 is a winner. Perfect. No, you didn't get it right. It's R C A L A R C O at AARP.org. Okay. Okay. $12 is not a winner.
Bingo, and those of you who have won will receive prizes from and directly from Rosalie and AARP. Thank you so very much for playing this afternoon and for participating in our activities today. I'd like to turn this over now to our Interim Executive Director, Mr. Brian Setzer.
Thank you, Rosalie, and certainly thank you to Daryl as well. We really enjoy an opportunity to share some bingo time with our members and also some incentives and prizes there. So thank you for participating. One of the things we've done in each of the days of the Celebration of Public Service Week is kind of giving you a preview of what's ahead. You'll want to tune in tomorrow. You have 3 very important sessions. First of all, legislative update. We know many of you call and have questions about the COLA, about bonuses, about adjustments to health care policies. This is the time to hear a deep legislative update to make sure that you have what you need to know and you're armed with the best information locally and how to respond and connect with your legislators and representatives. Also tomorrow we'll be going over the Lake case, everything you need to know about the landmark case in North Carolina and what to expect in the coming months as that case gets decided and hopefully resources get distributed appropriately to membership. Finally, with the legislative process and how you fit in, that's some real detail on personal advocacy and how you can spend some time getting ready for those types of things in our sessions tomorrow. In addition, we will certainly be thrilled to announce our new executive director, and that's going to be really exciting as we begin to think about the road ahead. There'll be some special things happening at that session. You'll want to meet him and you'll want to find out a little bit about what's coming forward. As we move forward into tomorrow, just a reminder that on our playlist, our YouTube channel, you can go back and watch any session. You can download it on your headphones and walk around the neighborhood. We have many opportunities to catch you up and to give you the types of services you need. That said, have a wonderful evening, reconnect with family and friends, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow for our 10 of 15 kickoff. Thank you for your attendance and participation today.